Hey, everybody. Hello and welcome. This is Josh Fox, and you're watching and tuned into and listening to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. My guests today will be two radical, revolutionary women reshaping um, the fight for the future. Ali Young from Protect the Sacred, who was instrumental in helping get out the Native American vote in Arizona, a crucial part of flipping Arizona from red to blue. And Kim Bookbinder has been on the show before, who's an incredible musician and activist. So on the program, Staying Home, which unfortunately is continuing to be the most important message and title of this program, we're seeing a new coronavirus spike all across this nation from one end to the other. And as Rebecca Jones has said on this program, because of super spreader events that happen throughout the Midwest and in Pennsylvania, we are seeing cascading effects and rising numbers of COVID all across the nation. Those super spreader events, of course, were Donald Trump's late stage election rallies. So not only was he Typhoid Mary in his own administration, giving so many people in the White House and over 130 Secret Service agents coronavirus, all the way from his inner circle to the people who were protecting him. He gave COVID to them. Our current spike, coast to coast, nationwide, stems back to a lot of Trump's super spreader rallies where people were indoors or they were outdoors and then they were waiting for buses to take them from one place to another, buses full of people without masks on in close quarters. The social ills and the political travesty that is the Trump administration is going to have lasting effects into the future. Not only did we lose 4 crucial years in the climate fight, we saw over 100 environmental regulations rolled back, which now have to be reinstated. And we've seen, millions of cases of coronavirus and hundreds of thousands of people dead, all because of insanity, mismanagement, fascism, authoritarianism, racism, ignorance. This is something we're going to be grappling with the legacy of for many years into the future. But there are many bright spots, and two of those bright spots are on my program today. Ali Young, who was just absolutely instrumental in helping get the vote out in the Native American counties in Arizona. I think this is increasingly important, that we have to understand that, unfortunately, white America is not on our side. It's sad. The majority of white men and white women in this country voted for Donald Trump. They were perfectly comfortable with his racism, with his lies. And what we have assembled in their moral absence is a fragile but beautiful coalition of so many people who came together, so many different groups, races, ethnic groups, who came together across so many lines, across so many different parts of this country, and many people who are in different economic backgrounds, have come together to forge this anti-fascist, anti-authoritarian coalition, this moment of brief respite of sanity. Now, we have not defeated authoritarianism. We have not defeated racism. We have not defeated economic inequality. We have not defeated ignorance among the population. But crucially, we have defeated it at the level of the White House. We have a lot further to go. But it is the purpose of this program to continue to talk and about this incredible coalition that has sprung forward among people with such incredibly diverse backgrounds and concerns, and that truly the future is about this dialogue. And it is about having that coalition redefine America as not a nation of white supremacists, as not a nation of ignorance and authoritarianism and racism, but it is upon us to redefine America as the promise of America always has been, as this multicultural, incredibly diverse, politically aware, educated, motivated, innovative, creative, curious, forward-thinking nation. So one of the key people in that battle, in terms of the election in Arizona, is Ali Young, and it's so great to have her on the program. We welcome her to Staying Home. So, Ali, thank you so much for being on the program, and thank you so much for the incredible work that you did in Arizona. This is the first time since Bill Clinton. The other time we unseated an incumbent president, that Arizona has gone blue, but by such a narrow margin. What an incredible achievement to help in the mobilization of that most remarkable place on this continent, the Navajo Nation. One of the most astounding. If you've never traveled there, if you're watching, it is one of the most astoundingly beautiful places on the entire planet. But Ali, thank you so much for being on. First, let me ask you, what were some of the techniques? What started you off on this mission? Let's just start from there.
Thank you. Yate. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. Really it started with some conversations I was having with my father, who I have been on trail rides with before. That's our thing. That's our bonding thing. And we've done many trail rides in the past throughout Navajo Nation. And when we started discussing the election this year, he told me about how he was wanting to do a trail ride and wave some Biden-Harris signs and some Biden-Harris flags and have a donkey along with them. But it didn't pan out. I reconnected with him. I started thinking about the trail rides and also what my family has instilled in me about the significance of the horse spirit and the horse medicine in our cultures. The horse is used in many of our ceremonies, prayers, songs. We even have a ceremony which happened in a few places throughout Navajo Nation at the beginning of the pandemic, because for us, the spiritual and cultural significance of the horse is this sort of warrior spirit that the horse has, the resiliency and its strength. And that's what we draw from the horse. And at the beginning of the pandemic, there are a few ceremonies happening throughout the community where horses were butchered. And that's traditionally, we would do that for any families or communities within our nation that have fallen ill, and to regain that strength. And so when we consume the horse, that we're revitalized that way. But so that, just kind of bringing all of those teachings that were passed down to me and thinking about how we can mobilize our Native youth, because on the ground and over social media, I was hearing about how Native young people weren't feeling motivated to get out and vote, because why continue participating in a colonial system that has never worked for us? And while that's a great point, and I agree with it, it's also not the election to sit out. So, taking all of that and then calling my dad back up and being like, what's happening with that trail ride? And he said, oh, nothing. And so I said, well, I've been thinking about it, and I think there's something there. I think we need to do it. And with Protect the Sacred and my work there, I can't endorse a candidate. So it has to be more about getting people to the polls to cast their ballots. And he said, okay, well, let's do it. And that's when we started organizing and making graphics and putting it on Facebook, because large population of Native folks communicate through Facebook versus Twitter and Instagram. So word of mouth, that's how we did it. And we got some people out, and then we did it on election day. We got even more people.
So there was an actual ride with,
yes.
I saw photos. These were on your Twitter account that are amazing. And you started that hashtag, I think it's Navajo Strong as well, right? So we're going to talk about protected, sacred, and Navajo Strong in a second. But let me just say first, you're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm Josh Fox, and we'll be right back. You're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm Josh Fox, and we're here with Allie Young. Allie, so the trail ride, this is terrain, which is desert, and in a lot of cases, not paved roads. It was at a time in my 20s when I just would love to get out there and ride around. And any road that looked like it wasn't paved, I was on that road because that's where you saw the most extraordinary, exquisite landscape. And I talked with a lot of people, and they were kind of amazed that they had a New York license plate out there back in those times. Talk about how the outreach techniques of literally riding from place to place is not only just a PR coup a little bit because it really attracts attention in the media, but also how the outreach is difficult and or more challenging in that landscape.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's part of why we did it too, is because, Native communities on reservations, especially, we're still facing voter suppression. In the organizing that I did these past few months, planning out these trail rides, I had to look up early voting sites, and when I was doing my research, I found that a lot of early voting sites were only open from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Monday through Friday, and then also closed down a full 10 days before the early voting period ended in Arizona. So in Arizona, it was open from October 7th to October 30th. The reason that we did the first one on the 20th was because that was the last day that it was open. So, and so that just explains the lack of access that we have to cast ballots in rural areas of our reservation. And so there are so many rural regions, especially in Navajo Nation. And so there aren't enough ballot drop boxes. There aren't enough early voting sites. There aren't even enough polling places on election day. And so those are some of the barriers that we faced. And so for me, it was, how do we get our community excited? And a lot of people don't know this, but rodeo culture is pretty big in Native communities. And we have our res rodeos all around in the summers. I come from a long line of bull riders, my dad, my brothers, my uncles. And so my dad is what we call an Indian cowboy. And he walks around with his cowboy hat and his spurs. And grew up around horses and cattle. And so that to me was the best way to engage with my community, is do something that excites them, that is connected to our culture, which, we revere our ancestors and our elders. So that was kind of the framing of my messaging, is we're doing this in honor of our ancestors who fought for our right to vote, and also for our elders who have lost their lives to COVID-19 these past few months. Over the death toll in Navajo Nation is over 590 right now, which is, it's hard to even think about that because of how how decimated our communities, were throughout history. And we've been decimated so severely that we're now only 2% of the population. So even, a few deaths in our communities is hard to handle.
And COVID, we had Susie Desba, who was running a COVID relief on the program several months ago. And she talked just about the hardships of poverty on the reservation, and that you have this nationwide call to wash your hands, wear a mask, but how do you wash your hands if you don't have clean running water? Yeah. So talk about some of the persuasive arguments that you used, because I do think this election certainly was not a referendum on colonialism. I think both parties are firmly entrenched in their belief in their colonial system. But so talk a little bit about, first of all, what are the arguments to vote in that kind of this situation? And what are your hopes for a Biden administration and now potentially paying more attention to the hardships and to the very ideology of colonialism that must be drawn attention to and defeated?
Yeah, well, my Protect the Sacred started at the beginning of the pandemic, so in late March. We launched it with, a few of us, my friend Wahala, who's the executive director of, Wahala Johns, who's the executive director of Native Renewables. And so her work is all around bringing solar power to our people. and our friend Mark Ruffalo, who's been so amazing about amplifying our voices and making sure that we're recognized, especially with our voter turnout these last couple of weeks. But yeah, I mean, I wanted to take that messaging and connect the dots for my community and saying, we can't forget about what happened to us in the pandemic at the beginning at the beginning of the pandemic, when we became the #1 hotspot in this country per capita. And that happened because the Trump administration delayed funding to our tribal communities and also didn't even want to include us in the initial stimulus package. And if it weren't for our Native women in Congress, like Deb Haaland and Sharice Davids, who fought for our inclusion in the stimulus package, and we ended up getting $8 billion to 574 federally recognized tribes, which in my opinion is not enough. No. On top of that, it was delayed. And so that's why we ended up in the position that we were in and that we're fighting our way out of. So I told my community, let's not forget that. Let's not forget that our elected officials made those decisions that have impacted our communities in very severe ways. So let's make sure that we elect officials who will work with us, who will listen to our concerns, and who will sincerely bring us to the table and invite us into these conversations. And also, that's another reason that I wanted to do the Ride to the Polls, is because, spiritually, when we're in rhythm with the horse, in riding in our own homelands, we, when we get to that place where we're connected, and then therefore connected to Mother Earth, because the horse is deeply connected to Mother Earth. The horse knows every curve and crevice of Mother Earth and where to step, and has that deep respect. And so, I wanted us to ride 2 hours to the polls so that we have that time to really reflect and remind ourselves about what we're fighting for while we're riding upon our beautiful homelands that have been destroyed by this administration and past administrations because of uranium mining and coal mining and just mineral extraction. So that's a lot of the messaging that I used, and made sure that everything is connected. The way we've been impacted by COVID-19 is also a result of our people being, our lands and our waters being contaminated by uranium, and by our people's bodies being contaminated by the coal mining, our people working in these very unsafe environments, and therefore we have these pre-existing conditions. So it's no wonder, we've been left so vulnerable in this pandemic. So all of those things, making sure that those are all top of mind during this election. And then now going forward, we expect the Biden-Harris administration to work with us, to invite us into those conversations, especially around climate change, because we know the ways to respect Mother Earth, how to bring those sort of, those concepts that have been passed down through generations from our stories and our ceremonies. And really, I think we would be in a much better position if we invited Native people, Indigenous peoples into those conversations a lot earlier.
I mean, Protect the Sacred being the, I don't know if you want to call it a slogan, but the saying, the words that were on so many of the silk screens that we wore at Standing Rock. That we saw those words. So important to that stand and to understanding that moment in time. But I also think there is no environmentalism without indigenous philosophy. It's all based in indigenous philosophy. And can you talk a little bit about how the indigenous ways of life influence and impact, the most important struggles that we have in front of us right now, which I would define as protecting nature and starting to try to curtail the effects of climate change, which we know are going to be so devastating to so many people. Before we answer the question, I have to say, you're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm Josh Fox. I'm with Ellie Young. We'll be right back. You're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm Josh Fox. I'm with Ellie Young. So talk about Protect the Sacred as a philosophy and how this is some of the most important world thinking in the world, of course, that all environmentalism grows out of.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Protect the Sacred for me comes from my own culture, my Diné culture. And, I've always been taught to maybe you've heard this before, but walk in beauty. And we have a word which I actually have it tattooed here, and it says "Huajon," and Diné that means beauty, but more of as you're saying this philosophy that we have to live by the beauty way, and it's a commitment and it's hard. But when we live that way, when we walk in beauty before us, behind us, around us, above us, that means that we're constantly aware of our surroundings and the offset and balance. So Huajon means living your life in balance and in beauty. And knowing that the negative has to exist as well, just as much as the positive. But they must be balanced. And being aware and being able to recognize when there's an offset in that balance, it's hard to live that way, to always kind of have to be in tune with your surroundings and in yourself, in your own spirit. And so our traditions and our ceremonies have taught us that when we recognize there's an offset, that's when we then go seek help from our medicine people. We go see a medicine man who then diagnoses what's happening and they find what's off, what's the issue here. Mm-hmm. And then they prescribe a ceremony, and then we have that ceremony to restore the balance. So it's very spiritual. It's very connected to Mother Earth, because a lot of that, a lot of our herbs, we have a reciprocal relationship with Mother Earth, and if we're taking from her constantly, we have to always remember to give back. And so through all of a lot of our prayers and some of our herbs, that's how we give back to Mother Earth. But the more that we take from her, the more that we're killing her. And without Mother Earth, there is no us, there is no humanity. And so we need to protect her. And in our way of life, definitely there's a lot to learn from, because it talks about interconnectedness, and that everything is connected, that our animal relatives, they too have spirits and Mother Earth, and that comes with respect and compassion, and that we treat them as our relatives. And so the more that we can understand all of that, I think the more that we can be not only better relatives to each other as humans, but better relatives to the rest of the universe and Mother Earth and her creatures.
So one of the things that just came about today is that Deb Haaland is being vetted for Secretary of the Interior, which would be an earth-shattering thing, right? To have Earth, or not say the opposite of earth-shattering, the Earth bringing back together kind of a thing, right? Where you have a Native American woman as Secretary of the Interior. The Interior Secretary always has served as the kind of most rapacious, extractive landlord in America, because whether that's on public lands or the BLM or reservations or national parks, the Interior Secretary has always been the person who was like, yeah, frack that. Rip the old earth out here to bring coal. Let's do uranium mining in the Grand Canyon. You know, how significant would it be to have a Native woman in that job, and what would your hopes be for that?
Yeah, it would be amazing. Like when I heard that, I'm filled with so much hope in that it actually happens. But it'd be incredibly significant because Deb Haaland knows these teachings from our ancestors and this ancestral knowledge that's so rich. And I know that she would bring that to the table, just the way she fought for funding for tribal communities at the beginning of the pandemic. She's a force, and she has an incredible voice. And I know that our earth and our communities would be in good hands with her. And I'm just, I'm hopeful for that, and I'm just also excited about all of these women who are being elected into these really powerful decision-making positions, which is the way it should be. That's our democracy it comes from Indigenous communities where our women were in those positions of making these decisions that would impact our communities, and elected our chief within our tribal communities. And so that has been missing, since our democracy as Indigenous peoples. That the system has just been so manipulated all of these years, and has gotten us to a place where we're certainly very unbalanced. And I'm hopeful for a restoration now that we will have male and female energy in the highest office in federal government.
Definitely for the first time as well. Arizona, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, the four key states really that, well, I mean, so all the states were key, but these were the ones that were the nail biters that came in at the last second. You must have a special pride in helping to defeat this ideology of white supremacy that was in the White House, very blatantly and brazenly, which is, of course, the entire history of this country. Talk about the coalition that has been built now, though, that it was an outpouring of support, whether that was positive for Biden or negative against Trump. We don't have to discuss that at this moment. Of so many different groups, whether that was immigrants or children of immigrants or people in the inner city, folks of all different, of a huge, diverse, multiracial, multi-ethnic background from many different economic strata. How does that conversation, in your view, inform what's next? What has to happen in terms of people who are very, very different starting to understand each other and starting to have the dialogue that will, I hope, redefine this next part of our history?
Yeah, well, I think what we're seeing, based on this voter turnout, is that community organizing works, and that's going forward. I hope to see more of that. I hope to see more of our community organizers, continuing to do more of their good work, but also being acknowledged and invited into these critical conversations about, policies that affect our communities. And I think that, and that's what I'm excited about. And I'm also excited that communities that haven't been talked about in the media, especially around election, when we're talking about election results and analyses, where Native people are labeled as something else, and but at the same time, we don't let that we won't let that be a barrier, and we won't let that silence us or suppress us. And I'm very proud of all of these communities who've come out and said, we're here, we're going to be represented, we're going to make sure that our voices are heard. And I only see that continuing to increase in that kind of resilience and strength building in the next few years. And I'm excited by that. I'm excited to see more women of color in office and working with our communities, because I think that we have a lot to bring to the table.
We only have about a minute left, but I know that you've also it's been very important to you to talk about the representation of Native American people in Hollywood and in cinema. What's the most important part of that that you want to instill in media makers and storytellers?
Yeah, well, that we are the original storytellers, I always say, and that our stories are powerful when we tell them. So, let us tell our stories, give us opportunities to tell our own stories, or collaborate with us. If you're developing a movie, bring us into the conversation, during the creative phase of that, in the very beginning, versus, while we're on a film set and you bring in a cultural consultant and then you fire him because he's disagreeing with you. I was one of the actresses who walked off of the Ridiculous Six Adam Sandler film set. And so I experienced that, and I saw them butt heads with the cultural consultant, who was the one who ended up walking and taking the rest of us with him. Things like that, collaborate with us and give us a seat at the table.
Well, Ali, thank you so much for the incredibly important work that you're doing and for changing the world. I think that it is a story that needs to be told. And maybe if some Hollywood directors out there, or producer, I should say, let Ali direct it. This would be a great movie. It sounds like the trail rides of 2020, in the midst of COVID, in the midst of fascism, in the midst of so many obstacles. I would pitch that one. So thank you, Ali.
Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
You're tuned into Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm Josh Fox. We'll be right back. You're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. Terrific to welcome back to the program, Kim Bookbinder. Kim, seems like centuries since last we had you on the program, which was like a full 27,000 microbial COVID cat lives ago. But thanks for being back. And I understand we're going to hear a song from your new record, which will be more like in music video presentation form. Tell us about what you've been up to.
Well, I've been making lots of videos, got nominated for an Emmy, didn't win that.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that was exciting. The nomination was enough. It was very exciting. Made a music video for Mariah Carey.
Okay.
Went to lots of protests, but have been mostly locked down and staying home now as cases increase. I did get to go upstate to work on some film projects with a little group of people. We all got tested first and went and rented a house, and we called it Film Farm. We just worked on independent short films and music videos. And the video I'm going to show you is from my upcoming album called Split the Light, and it's based on a project I did in 2018 where I decided to stay in New York for winter, which is a bad idea for me because I get sad in the winter.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's a tough.
That's why I'm in New Orleans right now.
Right, smart. Smart. And half my family lives in New Orleans, but now I'm kind of locked into New York for the winter, it seems. So here we go again. But so I made this project for myself to keep myself creatively engaged and busy during these cold, dark months that I knew were coming up. And I decided to wear a different color head to toe every single piece of clothing, and my hair changed one color.
Well, I would say that you have the most stunning situation there. You look like you're on the set of Twin Peaks with guitars. And that dress, is it a dress or is it a shirt? What is it that's going on there? All of this is so exquisitely composed.
Great collar.
I just don't want to, I want to steal all of that. And for my next, I mean, my set is also just formulating right now, but that is gorgeous. Did you design this yourself back there?
I made the coat. The fabric is left over from a music video that I made for my last album. That music video is called Fractal, if you want to look it up. We have a tunnel made out of this fabric, and that tunnel is filled with a lot of beautiful, sexy, non-binary people doing a lot of touching and breathing on each other. So if that's something you're missing right now.
Oh my God. It sounds like my entire life until this moment. Yeah. And if I'm missing it, yes, I will watch this. It's called Fractal.
It's called Fractal. Yeah. So I'm having a thing lately where every time I watch TV or movies, well, first of all, actors have to be really close to being framed together anyway. But I'm noticing it so much more now because of COVID and because we can't be next to each other. And even just things where an actor will touch something and then another actor will pick it up. I'm like, that was dangerous.
No, it's weird. It's a weird form of like confusion because I'm in the Academy. So I've been doing all of my Academy Award watching of documentaries and other films. And it's just completely crazy for the first few minutes. You're like, what are you doing? Why are they now wearing a mask? What's happening? And you realize this stuff was filmed a year ago. But like, it's remarkable how fast the world has changed. What do you think for musicians, for artists, for filmmakers, this new moment is going to mean? We have, as I said, defeated fascism in the White House, not in the rest of our country. What is the special role that we have to play? What is the special role that we have to play in this dialogue that's emerging now?
I mean, for me personally, it's making me feel that I should be doing the art that I really want to do, and that I'm a very strange person who will make a quote out of my.
It's making you more strange?
Well, yeah, in a way, it's making me feel like that's more of what the world needs, instead of trying to like figure out what straight, boring art might connect with more people with like slipping a little bit of something good. And I'm like, no. Just
no, it's a whole, you have to change it all. Rip out the whole front page. That's what I have to say. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. Keep elaborating on this thought. I think it's important.
Well, I think just to like really dig down and make every story. I mean, I really hate the word authentic these days because it's just been so mined for capitalism, I guess. I've seen so many things sold as authentic, but I mean, really to be really just truly your authentic self as a storyteller, and to, really be weird.
I love that. I think I just finished the weirdest movie I've ever made. Well, maybe the second weirdest. And it was out in the woods of Pennsylvania alone during coronavirus, doing all sorts of strange and wonderful things. And I found it so liberating as an artist to let go of the constraints of the marketplace and the constraints of the marketplace of the past in specific. Of course, now I'm like, oh God, how am I going to market this movie? But I don't know. I mean, it's certainly not going to start a bidding war between Amazon and Hulu. But I do think that I know it's not going to. And even if it did, I don't think I would do it. The point is that we have to find these new forms. As Anne Bogart said on this program, the great theater director, everything will change. In 1 minute, do you want to give us a preface to this song and tell us about it?
Yeah. Okay. So the album is called Split the Light, and this project, I wore a different color every month for 8 months. And I basically ended up writing love songs to each color. And this is about the color orange, which I wore in February in New York. Everybody else is wearing black. Orange is a very bright and sunny color. So people thought I was very cheerful. And I did not feel that way because it was winter. So this song is about wishing that I felt the way that people were looking at me, because I would walk into a coffee shop and everybody would be like, oh my God, hi, you look so cheerful.
Wow. Well, in the words of the Connotations, the great band from the 80s, orange is a good color for love. And all of your colors, you always astound me when you come on this program. I'm really appreciative of your insights. So I'm really excited to hear and see and roll the tune.
Great. It's just a little teaser, but I did dress like a werewolf and wander into some woods for this last week. So I'm excited about it.
What's the name of this song?
You Make Me Feel.
You Make Me Feel. All right. Thanks so much, Kim Bookbinder, back on Staying Home. And we'll see you again soon. And who knows what color you will be.
All of them.
Thanks.
I wish I could bottle the way you look at me, so that I could take a sip whenever I need the perfect elixir. Shoot or stay, don't need a mixer. I love the way it goes down. Oh babe, I wanna drown.
Listen, COVID is exploding all across the United States right now. We've got to, I hate to sound like a broken record, we've got to stay home, people. Or if we're not staying home, we have to follow the guidelines. They're not that hard. It's possible, as Michael Nigro has said on this program, to create your life within these parameters. It is. We can do it. We can bring these rates down. We can bring these rates down. We have to try to bring these rates down. And I would have loved to change the name of this program a long time ago, away from staying home to going out and partying with Josh Fox, to running around the streets, embracing your neighbors and having a gay old time with Josh Fox. I would love to go where hopefully at some point in the future we will have that, but we don't right now. And we have to be disciplined for just a little longer to get a handle on this, as the rest of the world is trying to do as well. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Are you a politician with a ridiculous point to make? Are you in need of a petulant, outdated way to make it? Then you'll need one of my signs. Hi, I'm Simon Simonson of Simonson Signs. We'll take the stupid, over-the-top, meaningless allegory you have and put it on foam core. So maybe someone will notice your grandstanding, because this is C-SPAN, and anything that's not people milling around in front of a running vote count is almost considered moderately entertaining. The bar is low, just like our prices. We've got plenty of designs. We also brought you Mike Lee's Tauntauns. They're tons of fun. What does this have to do with the Green New Deal? About as much as this other visual aid he used of Reagan on a T-Rex. Or is that a Velociraptor? Who cares? Who the cares? No one gives a. Call us now at Simon Simonson Signs. We'll make your stupid point stupidly for money today.
Viewers had asked for an interview with the TYT Lizard. Mr. Lizard. Oh, you changed colors today. Nice. I don't even know how you feel about us. Do you even like us?
Well, you guys made me this awesome house, so I'm kind of in your debt. I was found outside on the street, and you gave me a home. Granted, it was a really crappy home for a while, but But then through the power of fundraising, I became a person who has a multi-level Trump-style mansion.
You do. By the way, you've never looked better, man. Normally, you're just green or just brown, but today you're in mid-lizard, right?
I'm not very smart. I'm a lizard, so I don't know how the science works. I guess this is just my mood. It's not every day that thresholds like this are broken. I'm just so excited. I can't contain my pigmentation.
And now you're showing it off.
Yep.
Yeah, I've never seen the lizard like this before.
What Cenk and a few other people are trying to do is give us a different perspective on reality, the reality facing the middle class and working people, not just the billionaire class.
We're here to press on and carry on the work that we've been doing that's so important.
We've begun to turn the press a little bit. 2 years ago, they would have never covered Booker. 2 years ago, they would have never covered Bowman.
This is where it started in a lot of ways.
Why is TYT the leader of the progressive media? Because we try to unite people. We give other people a platform. We help other progressive shows. We introduce people to progressives they've never heard of. We help progressive candidates, and sometimes they even win.
Cori Bush is won in Missouri. Down goes Lacey Clay. Cori Bush is the best of us.
You gave me a platform. People from this district heard about Justice Democrats by watching your show and nominated me to JD.
There is no more safe incumbent seats in the House. Bye-bye, establishment.
We're going to push Biden as far as we can.
After they win, we'll probably fight them tooth and nail. We need to have independent media overcome mainstream media.
The DNC was so stupid to deny you guys press credentials.
We need fighters, and we need to stick together.
So this is what democracy looks like.
There is a ton of hope right now. More hope than we have ever had in this country.
So it's up to you guys, it's up to all of us to execute this in the next 5 years. You know what that means? That means the future is ours.
I just shot a clip. It's time sensitive and it needs to be edited
Right now.
Did anybody call for an editor?
Need this in an hour.
But you're an editor too.
Welcome to the conversation on the TYT network. Joining me now is David Pakman. He's another great progressive talk show host. You're going to be shocked to find out, the David Pakman Show. And he's also the host of the new Spanish language series, In Contexto. We'll talk about that in a minute. David, welcome back to the Young Turks, man. How you doing?
Always great to be with you, Cenk.
All right, great to have you. So, David, let's talk about the news of the day a little bit. Biden made a number of his picks, like Janet Yellen, a Treasury Secretary. People are mixed on, some progressives like it, but Wall Street loves it. So that's kind of an interesting new paradigm I didn't expect. And then you've got more hawkish picks when it comes to Secretary of State and some of his national security apparatus. So overall, as a progressive, what do you make of the cabinet picks so far?
So first of all, completely unsurprising in every way. Joe Biden picking people that are more or less in line with the guy he's been on the campaign trail, the guy he mostly was as vice president to Barack Obama. The Yellen pick is interesting, as you're pointing out. There are progressives that like it and progressives that are not so big on it. I mean, first of all, you have to expect that your Treasury Secretary, especially as a Democratic president, is going to be somebody who believes that monetary policy is the way that you get things done. I can't imagine she will stand in the way of anything Joe Biden would try to do if he gets the ability to do it, but completely unsurprising and pretty uncontroversial in every way. And so far listen, if your standard is, we've got to return to something a little more normal. We need people with experience so that we can stop being a global laughingstock and rebuild some of these relationships. These are the people you pick. If you thought wrongly that Joe Biden was a socialist, you're going to be surprised that none of these people are socialists, right? So I mean, I think just completely unsurprising in every way so far.
Given that, how do you think the next 4 years plays out? Because my guess is that Biden is who we thought he was, right? He's a moderate to conservative Democrat. He's certainly not going to go for anything big. But his infrastructure / environmental bill, it's not that bad. It's $2 trillion of infrastructure spending that gets us to a much more sustainable environment. So does he go for stuff like that? Does he at a minimum go for the public option? And when I say go for it, I mean make a real effort, not like a half-hearted effort. Oh, Mitch McConnell vetoed it. What can I do? I guess it's over. Let's just go back to giving more tax cuts to the rich. So I genuinely don't know. That's why I'm curious what you think.
Yeah, I don't know, but I think that this idea of the effort, one of the things that very often we hear from some of our brothers and sisters on the left is he or she didn't try hard enough. And then when pressed about what exactly that means, it's not always totally clear. I think if Biden doesn't get the Senate, right, depending on what happens with these two races in Georgia, I don't understand how you get tax reform done as Joe Biden described in his policy platform when he was candidate Biden. I don't see how he does public option and possibly reduce the Medicare buy-in. I just don't think you do it. I just don't think it happens, and I think it's regardless of how much you try. On the other hand, the list of things he can do by executive order, and there's a lot that has to be undone from Donald Trump's last 4 years, I think it's substantial. And so in terms of whether he tries, I think it'll be more interesting to look at, does he do everything by executive order that he could do? Because if he doesn't do those things, that's where I think you can more credibly say he didn't really want to do it, or he didn't put in the effort.
My number one problem with the Democrats is that they think trying just means, well, I introduced a bill, and then when they said no, I went home. So I'm not in the camp of folks who are unrealistic and say, well, just get it done. Okay, well, that doesn't mean anything. The question is how? How do you get it done? But that's where Democrats stop and go, well, there's nothing we can do. No, I think that there's a lot they can do. But most of it is rhetorical and a matter of politics. And so the Republicans do play that politics and the Democrats don't. So what do I mean by that? So let's take an easy one, like $15 minimum wage. Now, theoretically, if they had a Democratic Senate, that would pass on day one. But even then, I don't actually believe that. But theoretically, that's what they claimed. right? So now if you have a Republican Senate, they're gonna say no. And then you'll get to find out who is Joe Biden. Because what I would do is I would then pound Mitch McConnell and the Republicans into submission. How? We know for absolute fact, because of ballot measures that passed in Florida, Arkansas, and Missouri, that the whole country wants $15 minimum wage. And in overwhelming numbers, it passes by 2/3 almost every time. So what do? You go and you make a giant platform around that, and you pressure the Republican senators until they get a sense that the poll numbers are dipping so much they're going to lose, or they're going to pass $15 minimum wage. As I explain that, David, is there any chance that a Biden team would ever do anything like that?
There's definitely a chance. It's going to depend who the economic advisors are, but I think that where the other side to that is, you can almost always get something done if you're willing to give something up. And if we learned anything, I mean, look at Mitt Romney and Kasich 36 hours after Election Day, going back to the same tired tropes of we've got to keep the deficit down. Mitt Romney wants to prevent expansion, Medicare for all. And John Kasich says, don't let yourselves be too influenced by the left of the party. All of these supposed anti-Trump Republicans for the last 4 years, they're immediately going back to their intractable politics and despicable obstruction. So you also have to consider, what do you have to give up to them in order to force them on board? If you have the benefit, like you're pointing out, on minimum wage, of an increasingly popular policy that even pseudo red states like Florida are now supporting, I think you're right that falls under the easy column. I think the tax reform and healthcare are much tougher hills to climb if you don't have the Senate.
How quickly do you think progressives should turn around and start fighting the Biden administration? Because of course Washington says don't ever, ever, ever. If you just kiss his ass enough, he'll listen to you. I think that's a foolish, non-political argument. It's a compliance argument. But there is a legitimate question about, hey, this is a new administration and we just got rid of the monster. Let's give Biden a chance. What does it mean to give Biden a chance?
I think it's you start immediately. I mean, you start now. You start now critiquing cabinet picks. You don't wait. And the election's over. Biden is going to be the president. So there's no more. If anybody was calculating about, I really want to get rid of Trump, but I also want to criticize Joe Biden, and I don't know what to do. If anybody was in that position, that's over because Joe Biden is going to be president. There's a list of supposed day one executive orders. Does he do it or not? We're going to know that on day one. The first 100 days, there are priorities that they've outlined for the first 100 days. You start holding him to it right away. I don't see any reason whatsoever to wait, Cenk.
Tell me about in contexto. So a lot of people might not know that you're originally from Argentina, right?
That's absolutely correct.
So I'm just saying that they might be surprised that you're leading a Spanish show. So tell us what it is and what you guys are doing with it.
Yeah, so basically for years, I get emails from people who say, David, listen, I'm a first generation born in the US. My parents, they want progressive political commentary. Their English is not at a level where they can really take in the David Pakman Show, the Young Turks, et cetera. You should really look at doing the David Pakman Show in Spanish. Opportunity didn't present itself until it did. So I'm doing a half-hour show. It's basically a once a week Spanish version of the David Pakman Show. It's progressive political talk in Spanish. This is not really being done in this way at all. It's on the Estrella network. It's also available online. And the idea is, listen, the Latino vote, we saw what happened in Florida, Pennsylvania, Arizona, on both sides of this. The Latino vote is so important to American politics. Some of the states that are starting to become purple states, possibly blue states, it could come down to the Latino vote. So if I speak Spanish, why am I not speaking to that audience? It's a must do. And so we're doing it. And so I do my English show and I do my Spanish show, and it's super exciting to be doing something to a totally different audience.
Can we do it in Spanish? Sí se puede. It's only Spanish, I know. I'm also bilingual. I was thinking of doing a show in Turkish and then realized 3 people would watch it. Okay, so last thing. Speaking of that, David, Biden did not do nearly as well with Latinos as expected. What's your sense of what went wrong?
So I think a couple different things happened. Among the Latino vote is not one thing. It's dozens of communities. Most of them are quite liberal, progressive, leftist. In particular, Cuban Americans and sometimes Venezuelan Americans, because of a very reflexive anti-Castro, anti-Chavez, anti-Maduro thing, like the attacks on socialism that they hear from Republicans, even if there's nothing in common between Joe Biden and those other people that I mentioned. So I think in Florida, that was a factor. I also think that just by sheer distraction, Trump didn't talk about the wall and Mexican rapists and criminals as much in the last 6 months as he did in 2016. It wasn't because he's now enlightened on that issue. It's just he was distracted with coronavirus, having coronavirus himself, running this campaign in a very different scenario. And I think that the absence of some of that stuff may have also helped him a couple points. But in the end, I don't think we should go crazy because his support among Latino voters was still within the historical range for Republicans over the last 20 years. But it did certainly go up from 4 years ago.
Thank you so much, David. Appreciate it.
Cenk Uygur is not here today, which means that I will be able to talk during the show. No,
We'll see. Poor
Cenk, under the bus.
My God, if Jesus came back, how much would the Republicans hate him? Now you have to give away all of your possessions to the poor. Steve King would be like, oh, Weezy. Everyone should be lucky enough to have a John Iadarola in their life.
You confused everyone.
Okay, sorry. I thought it was pretty clear.
Take a break now.
You can turn me into Dr. Manhattan as long as I get what Dr. Manhattan's packing, okay?
The liberal mom says, Mark Thompson, have you ever thought about doing one of those tapes that soothe people to sleep? Like Mark Thompson reads the phone book. I'd buy it.
If you'll buy it, I'll do it.
Emilio D'Amelio writes in, John, you are so thick. I love you. That's what he wrote.
Pork Chop Express writes in and says John Iadarola needs a new jacket.
Whoa.
Those 24-inch pythons are about to burst out of his sleeve.
Gun, baby. You know, the 2 people here said that their moms were both in love with you over Beauty and the Beast.
Mm-hmm. That's an improvement. I usually get grandmothers.
Charlie Turk.
No, wait a minute, don't you dare.
Chemical castration when we return from the break.
I hope that, who they choose for the White House isn't just a borderline Klansman. That's all we gotta hope.
That's it. We will settle it.
She's cute.
I didn't say that about Laura Ingraham.
Scandal at TYT. Did Anna comment on my tan yet? No, she hasn't.
You're a good boss.
But Anna did say that I come in here today with a fresh mind. That's all I'm about. I'm about a fresh mind.
I can't with you right now. Okay?
She just can't. She can't, but nonetheless, we have to for another 3 hours. I'm back, baby. Let's rip into Republicans. See, don't miss the live show.
That's great.
Tell people, if you're a member, you get the whole live show whenever you want, because this stuff doesn't go into any of the clips.
You are the media revolution. You are much needed.
TYT! TYT!
The place is like 95% TYT on.
You guys, the Young Turks, which is my favorite channel, we're getting that message out.
Cenk and the Young Turks do an extraordinarily good job.
No matter what mainstream media says, you have to listen to the Young Turks.
All the people who support us on the internet, that's what gives us strength. That's what allows anyone who was in there who was undecided to think, one side seems to be winning, they seem to have a bigger army, there might be a reason for that. So thank you guys.
Across the map are going to be so tight and so close that it is likely going to be very difficult to call this on election night.
The twin forces behind the Biden candidacy, the billionaires and the Bolsheviks.
Arizona, 19 million. For the vice president, 9 million, a little over 9 million for President Trump.
We are desperate for Donald Trump to not be president anymore because he's fascist and is a threat to our democracy. And we said that from day one. Yes, we want Biden to beat Trump. Is that clear enough?
It is increasingly difficult for the American public to get any sort of truth.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
Here at TYT, we strive to instill confidence in our voters by educating them with factual, reliable, and easy to understand political information. And that's why we've partnered with Politiscope. Politiscope is the easiest way to understand the policies that your elected officials vote for and against. They also have the same goal of changing the perception of politics and reshaping the way political information is sought out and consumed. Politiscope strips away all the unnecessary complexity of politics and empowers voters with raw, unbiased information about elected officials and the policies they support. You can download the Politiscope app on the App Store or on the Google Play Store.
Unfortunately, today we have another story of police shooting of two, I was gonna say black men, but they're really kids, 16 and 18 years old, Angelo Crooms and Sincere Prince. They're both dead, and did they need to be shot? Well, I believe it's indisputable that they didn't. We're gonna talk about it. But first, I wanna show you the video. This is about a minute long. First, you'll see the police following them because they think it's a stolen car. Why do they think it's a stolen car? The police have not clarified yet, other than the fact that there were black folks driving it. Was it stolen? No, it was Crooms' girlfriend's car. And they just left their house. They're having a perfectly normal drive. They get pulled over, and then when they start to turn around is when the police panic. You'll see it, but I want you to pay attention to the very, very end of the video as the car makes the turn and the police continue to shoot. Let's watch. This is from one of the police officers' cars. You see another police officer's car there in so-called pursuit, right? And then you will see Crooms and Pierce's car right there, the gray car. And then they're gonna pull into a driveway. Now, you're about to get the audio from the police cam in a second. And then they cut off the cam, and of course, others are asking for them not to cut it off.
Stop the vehicle! Stop the vehicle! Stop the vehicle! Stop! 1033. Stop the vehicle, goddammit! Stop! Stop! Shot fired, shot fired.
All right, let me bring in an expert here. Charles Coleman Jr. is a civil rights attorney and a social justice advocate. Charles, unfortunately, we've seen scenes like this play out all across America far too often. And as you well know, it's not because this didn't happen all the time before. We just have video of it now more often. So what has been the reaction of the Florida Sheriff's Office, and do you think it's been sufficient?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me, Jake. I appreciate it. The reaction of the sheriff's office has basically been to put these officers on paid vacation. They are on administrative leave with pay pending the outcome of the investigation, which I often find as a civil rights attorney to be extremely problematic, especially when you're talking about police violence, which has resulted in death. I don't understand why we are paying police officers with tax dollars to sit at home and be paid when there's evidence that clearly shows that there were alternative courses of action which could have been taken in order to avoid these officers ultimately committing, murder on camera.
It reminded me a little bit of the Tamir Rice situation. So that's the 12-year-old kid in Cleveland. He had a toy gun, as almost all 12-year-old kids do, and he was in a park. Cops pull up off the curb, they get onto the curb, onto the grass, they drive right up to him and shoot him within 2 seconds without asking any questions. And by the way, it's not hyperbole, they shot him within 2 seconds flat. So there was 1,000 things they could have done not to shoot the 12-year-old kid. And in this case, there was 1,000 things you could have just moved aside. And so even if the car is stolen, is it a better remedy to kill the two people inside? Or is it a better remedy to continue to follow them? I mean, I remember when we had a celebrity, now in that case he was also African American, but O.J. Simpson, we had a slow speed chase for hours and hours and hours, right? But it's normal, poor, middle class folks, especially African Americans, in this context, shoot. Second, the car already swerved away from the police officer at the end of the video, it's super clear. They don't release the rest of the footage, and then they say, oh, we had to kill him.
It really didn't look that way, did it, Charles?
It did not. It certainly doesn't appear that way from a first glance look at this video, and I've reviewed it several times. Here's the thing, though. What we are talking about and what this sheriff's office would have to establish in terms of being able to, in any way, shape, or form, justify this shooting would be that this car was somehow threatening the lives in an imminent fashion of either of those two officers or some other individuals who were on the street. And there's nothing that shows that. And so what we are having a larger conversation here, I mean, of course, you've already illuminated the fact that there were clearly some alternative courses of action which did not involve shooting into that car, which could have been taken. But I think that on a larger level, this really speaks to the toxic nature of police culture in America that is consistent with over-policing in Black and brown communities, and also has weaponized Blackness in middle class and poor neighborhoods. And that's a real problem. And I think that we have, at this point in our nation, a very important conversation to have with the current administration, given where we are politically and everything that has just happened, about what is going to be done to finally address toxic police culture in America.
There's at a minimum different rules that even the right wing can agree to between the rich and the poor and how police treat them. And then obviously in the case of, there's racial differences here. It's super obvious. So anyway,
but
yeah, go ahead.
Well, I agree with you, but I also want to sort of go back to the first question that you asked, because I think that the point in the difference is not just necessarily how they handled it. The point in the difference is also the level of accountability. And I think that the two are incredibly related. When you ask the question about, well, how did the sheriff's office in Florida respond? I think that's part and parcel of a huge issue as to why we are where we are in terms of police culture. When it comes to the violation of Black bodies by police and law enforcement in America, there is no accountability. We've seen it time and time again. We've seen it over and over again. The system as it is between qualified immunity and other functions that are designed to protect police officers when they take these sorts of actions does not hold officers accountable in the same way as when officers are violent and exude violence among members of other communities. And so I think that that's a huge part of why we're having this conversation about the extreme difference between actions in one community versus actions in another community.
How encouraged or discouraged are you about what the Biden administration might do to address that?
That's a great question, Cenk. And I think that the real answer is it depends on what Biden campaign shows up or what Biden shows up. Are we gonna get Joe Biden, who signed the 94 crime bill? Or are we gonna get Joe Biden, who campaigned in 2020 and said, I'm a different person, I've learned from my mistakes, and this is not who I wanna be. I also think that obviously his vice president, Kamala Harris, has a huge task in front of her in terms of dispelling some of the conversation around who she is as a former prosecutor. I'm a former prosecutor, and I had my own reservations about Kamala Harris as a VP. And so watching this administration navigate the issue of criminal justice is going to be critical, because we're going to end up in a situation sooner than later where we're having another conversation about them and their records. So they have got to take this seriously, just in terms of setting the tone, right? Like Joe Biden wasn't someone who wanted to have a conversation about qualified immunity during the campaign. He's gonna have to address that at some point if he wants to be taken seriously on the issue of criminal justice reform. And Kamala Harris as well, especially being that she is a former prosecutor. So, my answer to you is, at this point, I'm very skeptical, because I don't know which versions of these people are gonna show up. Because we've seen, if we're being fair and we're looking at their records, we've seen a great level of disparity from both of them on the issue of criminal justice reform. And now is their opportunity to show us who they are in 2020 and finally seem to get this right.
Perhaps that is a little bit of ray of hope that there'll be, not that we're hoping for them to do the right thing of their own accord, but that there'll be sufficient political pressure for someone like Kamala Harris to then push Joe Biden to take action in this direction. Otherwise, when in a Democratic primary, whether it's in 2024 or 2028, you would imagine that she would definitely be held to account on that, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that there is a real conversation that is going to have to light a fire under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, but more so Kamala Harris, because the common thought is that Joe Biden is not likely to do 2 terms in office, which then of course puts her directly in line. Of course she will be primaried, but that cycle will start literally the day after midterms. So you're talking about 2022. From the start of January 20th in 2020 to the day after midterms in 2022, when people are going to start throwing their names in the hat for the Democratic primary. She has that small of a window to actually do something about criminal justice reform that's going to speak in large part to communities of color, to Black people in America. And that is a big deal. That is a tight window, and it's going to require very intentional action. There certainly should be the motivation of it in terms of wanting to maintain a presumable head start over the rest of the field. But the question is, how is she gonna use it? And whether she is going to be able to lean on Joe Biden in a way that's going to be meaningful and allow him to actually, or push him to actually make some of the changes that need to be made that they can enact from their seats in Washington. Because I do want to be clear that all police reform is not going to come from the federal government. It's not going to come from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and I get that. But the bully pulpit, the rhetoric, all of that's very strong and important, and it has to come from somewhere. So if we're going to take you seriously as a candidate, we need to hear that you're actively having this conversation, not just when you're looking for votes.
Charles Coleman Jr., thank you so much for joining us. Really, really appreciate it.
Mail-in ballots, and she blamed that on the coronavirus.
We got a moron here.
I hate to make it all about Laura Loomer admitting defeat tonight, but she says she put up a big fight today on election day, but she says she lost this race because of those mail-in ballots, and she blamed that on the coronavirus.
We got a moron here.
I hate to make it all about myself, but I have been defamed, okay? My life has been destroyed, and it will probably be like this for the rest of my life.
Your excuses are your own.
But what are they doing? I want to know what people are actually going to do. My life is ruined. Does anybody understand how ruined my life is?
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
But I literally can't make a living anymore, even though I have a degree. I was valedictorian in college.
Check out the big brain on Brad.
These people don't understand. Like, my life is unlivable at this point in time. Like, what is the point?
Yeah.
Now I have to worry about getting murdered by leftists and Muslims. You're despicable. I'm sick of it. I don't want to listen to people tell me that I'm a conspiracy theorist. They don't know what it's like to be me.
Get out of politics and get another job.
Welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur experiment with down goes Trump. All right, we're gonna explain that in a second. We'll get all that in a second. But we got a lot of news for you guys from the Biden team, from the Trump team, and we're basically angry at all sides. Dr. Cenk, happy nonetheless. We'll figure it out. We'll do it all together. And I just wanted to check in on our temperature, if you will. There's only a couple of weeks, basically less than 6 weeks left in this campaign for tyt.com/go. You're gonna miss it. How are we gonna get to 116,000 by the next break? I don't know. Well, let's find out. 115,894. Would a hero give $3 to tyt.com/go? I don't know. No, seriously, guys, don't do anything you can't afford ever, ever, ever. But anyone who can help us bring out a strong progressive voice, as you'll see on tonight's program, we deeply appreciate it. So, Casper, let's get started right away.
Oh, okay. I'm not used to that, but all right, let's do it. Let's do it. Pennsylvania and Nevada have officially certified the outcome of the general election, indicating that Joe Biden did in fact win both states. Now, Trump has finally agreed to allowing the transition process to begin. That was a big announcement yesterday. And now we have word that both Pennsylvania and Nevada have certified the election results. So Biden won the state of Pennsylvania with 50% of the vote, compared with 48.8% for Trump. In Nevada, whose vote results were certified by the state Supreme Court, Biden received 50% of the vote and Trump got almost 47.7%. Biden won almost 343,600 more votes than Trump. Now, nationally, Biden is projected to win 306 electoral votes. We've talked about this before, but now it's become even more clear, for whatever that's worth. 36 more than he needs to clinch the presidency, compared with the 232 electoral votes for Donald Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Yeah. Down goes Trump. Down goes Trump. Down goes Trump again. Again and again and again. So guys, let me explain why this is actually a really pivotal moment. So now that Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Nevada have all certified, we are past the most dangerous part of the clown coup. So Trump came in with a lot of bluster after the election. His first wave was just marketing, right? Oh, I won, Biden lost. Let's try to get the press to agree by bullying them. That usually works for him. In this case, it didn't. So then he went to the next stage. All right, that's right. We'll sue them, because that's what Trump always does, and we'll win with no evidence, because that's usually what he does. He usually gets settlements or bullies the other side. But in this case, you're not gonna get a settlement. There's no settlement to be had. So they went through on all the court cases and they went 0 out of 34. They lost every case, them and their allies. Now, latest talking point, hilarious one is, well, no, some of those losses were not Trump's team, they were allies. So none of it counts against Trump. No, a lot of them were Trump's legal team and they got humiliated. They lost every single case and couldn't produce one piece of evidence, not one. According to every Democratic judge and according to every right-wing Republican judge, not one. So now he moved on to the most dangerous part, which is trying to get the state legislatures to put forward a different slate of electors for the Electoral College. That's the part I was most worried about. That's why he invited the Michigan legislators to the White House on Friday. He tried to do the same in Pennsylvania. Now that has not worked in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Nevada, Biden's got enough votes in the Electoral College so that now Trump is down to only 2 options left. One is, and people, the Republicans are amazing. They say this on social media with a completely straight face, and they genuinely believe it. They say, oh, no, we wanted to lose all those cases. You know what's better than losing cases? Winning cases.
I prefer cases that I win.
Yeah, we prefer people who win cases rather than ones who lose cases. Anyway, and because they're like, oh, no, now we move on to the real part where we have this go up to different levels of the federal judiciary until it reaches the Supreme Court. And that's where the Supreme Court just steals it for us and says, yeah, Trump won no matter what the evidence is. That's not gonna happen, okay? Now, here's a guy who was super concerned about the different slate of electors, telling you should worry about that. There was some percentage chance that could happen. every part of the judiciary, including the most right-wing Federalist judges, have said these are humiliating cases. They have no evidence at all. It's preposterous. Could Clarence Thomas and Alito vote for Trump based on no evidence at all? Yes. But can he get 5? I would be shocked beyond belief. So no, that is a very low percentage chance. And then the last option, of course, is to go to the generals and go, oh, so what do you guys think? I mean, maybe if we roll a couple of tanks down the street, and that's definitely not gonna work. So he's down to very, very, very low percentage. By the way, there's a third option, which again is low percentage, faithless electors. You go to the Electoral College and he just tells his guys, tells everybody, just who cares what the court said, what the voters said, what democracy is, just vote for me anyway. But he would have to muster up a huge number, not 1 or 2 or 5, dozens and dozens of Biden electors to switch over to Trump. So that also is a very low percentage. So we're almost done now.
I can't wait.
I know. We all can't wait. But the most important hurdle in terms of the post-election nonsense and what I'm calling the clown coup is over now. They've been certified in the beginning of December. The Electoral College officially certifies that at that point there won't be any court, there won't be any faithless electors, and then we'll be 100% done with it.
Now that Pennsylvania and Michigan have certified the election results along with other states like Nevada, Republican lawmakers are feeling a little more comfortable coming out to basically share with the American people what the reality is and what the reality has been with this election. So why don't we begin with Senator Pat Toomey?
What got you to that conclusion?
Well, Becky, first of all, I voted for Donald Trump. I endorsed Donald Trump and I campaigned for Donald Trump. So I was disappointed with the outcome of the election. But among the most fundamental aspects of our republic and a democratic system is to accept the outcome of elections. So I have fully supported the president's pursuing every plausible strategy, recounts and litigating irregularities. But at some point you exhaust those possibilities. I think the president has reached that point in Pennsylvania. He appears to have reached that point in Georgia. Michigan wasn't even close. And so now the idea that a sitting president would try to, pressure, cajole, persuade state legislators to dismiss the will of their voters and select their own group of electors and send them to the Electoral College, it's completely inconsistent with any kind of truly democratic society. So that shouldn't be going on, in my view.
What a sad, pathetic, feckless, craven man who waited till it was absolutely, 100% confirmed through certification of these various states to come out and say that. But of course he has to preface it with, oh, but I did campaigning for Donald Trump. I voted for Donald Trump. I love Donald Trump. Donald Trump is my God. Please, don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me for telling you guys what the reality of this election is. I can't believe we're still talking about this. I can't believe that the election happened weeks ago and we're still talking about this. By the way, still no round of new stimulus. Americans are going hungry, insanely long lines at food banks because people are jobless. They've been abandoned by Congress, including feckless, craven senators, Republican senators like Pat Toomey. Okay, but let's spend the entire news cycle talking about how Donald Trump is a child who can't accept the results of the election and who's enabled by morons and feckless cowards like Pat Toomey and others. I'm so sick of it.
I just want to say one more thing about Pat Toomey. So is he marginally better than the overwhelming majority of Republican senators to this day who have not said that Donald Trump has lost? They are still maintaining. The overwhelming majority of Republican senators and congressmen are still maintaining that Donald Trump won the election. That's insane. Overwhelming majority of the Republican politicians. So, but Anna is right. The media is desperate to give Republicans credit where none is due. So they will latch on to someone like Pat Toomey and pretend he's a hero for saying, yes, we shouldn't end democracy after we tried in every way to steal this election. Since the theft was not successful, at this point, we should say, okay, fine, let's keep democracy. And that'll be enough for the rest of the press to be like, oh, the brilliant and courageous Pat Toomey. So, and then they'll make it seem like the entire Republican Party didn't go along with Trump's plan to steal this election. To this moment, after the certification, they're still on Trump's side. They tried to steal this election just as much as Trump did.
No, I mean, just to give you guys a consistent example throughout Trump's 4 years in office. Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Mitt Romney as well, by the way. Mitt Romney a little stronger than Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski. But when push came to shove, they all went along with Trump's BS. And Susan Collins especially, I mean, the media, the way they wrote about her, if she just expressed a little tiny bit of disagreement, like a little tasty taste of disagreement, and all of a sudden the media is like, oh, Susan Collins, strong words for Donald Trump. No, not strong words, and certainly not strong actions, because she voted along with his nonsense over and over and over again. So no credit, because no credit is due. I also want to just quickly mention, I wasn't planning on this, but I'm going to mention what Politico reported today with Paul Ryan. He's making a comeback, apparently. This is the guy, remember, who didn't want to hold Trump accountable, so he decided to run away from politics rather than doing the right thing in holding Trump accountable. Paul Ryan apparently said that attacks on our voting system really need to stop, in my opinion, and that Trump's lawyers are offering baseless conspiracy theories. Oh, fascinating that he came out and said these things today.
After certification.
Yeah,
no, guys, last depressing note though is Trumpism is not going away. 48% of the country voted for Trump. New CNBC poll out saying only 3% of Trump voters believe Joe Biden won this election. 73% say that it was stolen and Trump definitely won, and the rest are not sure. Maybe it was stolen with Hugo Chavez and Republican Secretary of State of Georgia, et cetera, but they haven't made up their minds yet. Only 3% said, yeah, Biden's the legitimate winner. So that means half the country will forever think that Donald Trump actually won this election, and that all the votes were rigged and it was fraud with Republicans and Democrats working together, et cetera. So that disease of Trumpism, unfortunately, is here with us for a long, long time. And that's exactly why those Republicans are so scared of coming out and telling things that are obviously true, or even just protecting democracy, because they think our voters don't like democracy. They just want Trump to be in charge no matter who won the election. So that's the diseased state of the Republican Party right now.
That's right. Well, let's talk a little bit about how the markets are doing now that all these important states have certified the results of the election. So, following various states, including Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, certifying the outcome of the presidential election, which of course indicates that Joe Biden has won, he is president-elect, the stock market responded favorably. In fact, there was a giant jump in the Dow Jones just today after both Pennsylvania and Nevada certified. And there you go, you can see it at the very end of that chart where you see a pretty significant increase in the Dow Jones. Now, Donald Trump is too stupid to realize that the market is responding favorably to the fact that he has been voted out of office. And so after hiding in a bunker following the election, with the exception of maybe one press conference, he decides to come out. He has reemerged to basically show how delusional he is in regard to what's happening to the market and its reaction to the fact that he's lost. Watch.
The stock market, Dow Jones Industrial Average just hit 30,000, which is the highest in history. We've never broken 30,000, and that's just despite everything that's taken place with the pandemic. I'm very thrilled with what's happened on the vaccine front. That's been absolutely incredible. It's nothing like that has ever happened medically, and I think people are acknowledging that, and it's having a big effect. But the stock market's just broken 30,000. Never been broken, that number. That's a sacred number, 30,000. Nobody thought they'd ever see it. That's the 9th time since the beginning of 2020, and it's the 48th time that we've broken records during the Trump administration. And I just want to congratulate all the people within the administration that work so hard. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the people of our country, because there are no people like you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Mr. President, even if sincere, why not concede for the
Okay, that was the whole press conference. You just saw it. He just came in and go, "Oh, me get market to 30,000." No, as Anna pointed out, it was just the biggest cell phone you could have. The markets have reacted very positively to me losing. They're breaking records because they're so excited about Joe Biden coming in, and the fact that I'll finally be leaving you guys, and the madness has come to an end. They're ecstatic that I have lost. Oops. Okay, but guys, there's actually a more important point there. He said it's a sacred number. No, the sacred number is over 250,000 dead in coronavirus. And as we've reported to you over the last couple of days, it's now have at record numbers, record number of cases, record number of deaths per day, right now. He hasn't addressed that at all. Instead, he comes out and goes, me do good with markets, sacred number. A number of dead, who cares? That's not a sacred number. The beloved, cherished stock market, that's a sacred number. So if you're wondering why he's doing this at all, and if it's truly dumb, not exactly. If you're following the news, it is a cell phone, as we just explained. But there are two sides of it that are, I hate to use this word in regards to Trump, but logical. And maybe it's accidentally logical, but so let me explain real quick. One is, he's pleading to the business executives. He's like, come on, the markets are so high, you don't want to get rid of me, do you? Because as we told you on the show yesterday, almost all the top business executives came out and said, we're done with them. In fact, we're not going to give the Republicans any more in Georgia. If you guys don't recognize that he lost the election, we're not going to let him end democracy. So it's a, hey, look at that business leader kind of doing the right thing for once. So bless their hearts on that, but he knows they're the real power center, because the Republican senators are the only thing they're more obsessed with than licking Donald Trump's boots is licking the boots of business owners and business executives, right? So that's partly what his appeal here is. But the second thing he's doing is basically trying to tell the whole country, remember, I did the stock market. They didn't react to this because of Joe Biden. They did it because of me. And if you say, well, that's foolish, that's obviously not true. Yes, but you know that. Not everybody knows that. Since Donald Trump constantly says it was me, and the Democrats never take credit for anything positive, well, then a lot of the country winds up thinking, oh, I guess it was Trump. So that kind of ridiculous, over the top credit taking for things you didn't do, in fact, in this case, the exact opposite, from a marketing and branding point of view, actually does work. And that's why it's so frustrating that the Democrats never make their case and they let this clown bully run the place with this kind of propaganda.
Well, let's get back to reality, regardless of what kind of marketing works and doesn't work. The truth is, the markets again did react favorably to the fact that Donald Trump lost and that these various states certified the election results. There was a lot of concern about unrest, instability, uncertainty as a result of some of Donald Trump's behavior. But now with him allowing the transition to move forward and with these states certifying, looks like investors in the market feel comfortable. So the stock market has notched new record highs since Biden emerged as the winner, as investors celebrated both the prospect of an end to election year political uncertainty as well as progress on COVID-19 vaccines. So that is part of it. With COVID-19 vaccines, obviously the economy can open back up as normal, people can get back to work, and so investors are looking at that as well. Now, if the stock market did so well under Trump, and to be fair, it did, why is it that Wall Street is reacting favorably to Biden coming in? Well, the truth is Donald Trump's erratic behavior leads to uncertainty, and investors don't like that. They get uncomfortable with that pretty quickly. So since taking office, Trump has sent tweets or retweets with stock market references more than 200 times and made scores of statements spotlighting the market's rise under his administration, because that's all he cares about, that's all he focuses on. But there is a downside side to that. So for instance, Trump has disclosed market moving information after private discussions with executives. He has demanded that the Fed cut interest rates to prop up the market, and he has unveiled his changing positions in the trade war with China in a hail of unexpected tweets that sent share prices tumbling. So again, his social media behavior can change things in the market within seconds. And there was a lot, I mean, if you look at the graph that we were looking at earlier, you can kind of see the volatility that is the result of his erratic behavior and the uncertainty that comes along with it. He would also engage in public fights with companies that would send their stocks tumbling temporarily, of course. So he has publicly threatened and castigated major American companies, facing off with Amazon over its tax payments and deals with US Postal Service, with General Motors, Ford, and Carrier. Then a subsidiary of United Technologies over plans to shutter plants, and with Lockheed Martin and Boeing over the cost of fighter jets and replacements for Air Force One. To be honest with you, some of those things, not all of them, I thought was fine. I like when he holds companies accountable for certain abuses that they engage in. Now, he doesn't do it out of the goodness of his heart. He usually engages in those very public battles for his own personal self-interest. But nonetheless, I mean, his behavior led to a lot of uncertainty in the markets. And what investors are looking forward to now is a predictable presidency with Joe Biden. And I just want to give you one quote from a money manager. This is Brian Ritholtz, who spoke to the New York Times, and this is what he had to say about Trump. I just want my life to go back to normal, and I don't mean pre-pandemic normal. I mean pre-golden escalator to hell normal. I just want the noise level to quiet down.
Yeah. But there is one more thing here. So if you see the market rising overall under Trump, why did it do that, you might wonder? Because this is going to be relevant if Trump or obviously some Republican will run in 2024 and they will all pretend to be big Trump fans and might actually be big Trump fans. And so they'll pretend that the Trump administration did great for the economy, and they'll point back to this stock market rise. So just so you know, clearly for the record now, not later, it was mainly because the Fed kept rates super low. That means loose money. That means that all these companies and the tax breaks. Now that depletes our resources completely, so we can't educate our kids. We don't have enough money for your health care, any of that. That has to get fixed, and the anger rises in the country because all the money is going to the top big businesses in the country and in the world, and none of it is going to you. So your anger rises, but they will then pretend that you were swell and super happy. Why? Because they'll say the stock market was happy. But the reality is the stock market went up for most of that, partly because Obama was already heading in that direction and Obama's numbers were better. Trump's were a slight decline from Obama, partly because they're just giving out money at nearly 0% interest rate. So people don't know where to put the money, and that's a little simplistic, but not by much. They have so much money, they've got to put it somewhere, so they keep jamming it back into the stock market, and partly because of the stock buybacks, because of the tax cuts. So all that overinflated the market. This has got to crash at some point. Even CNBC anchors are like, what is going on? How could it constantly go up like this? It makes no sense at all. Everything is overvalued. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. So, but if it crashes under a Democratic president, they will pretend it was because of Biden. Now, I'm not a fan of Biden. I think Biden is basically telling the market nothing will fundamentally change. Don't worry, I won't help the American people. I'll continue to help you. And that's why the markets are like, yes, Biden won, okay? So I'm keeping it real on all fronts. But anything, a tiny little prick of this bubble makes the whole thing burst. And then the Trump world will go, see, it was because of the Democrats. Bingo. No, it was because of the bubble you built through those tax cuts and the Fed policy, and that's a fact.
No, I think you're 100% right in your prediction, Cenk. I think you're 100% right. And if Biden is unwilling to do what it takes to at least begin to close this gap between the rich and the poor in this country. I just think that he's going to end up paving the way for someone even worse than Donald Trump, because Trump and his cronies will blame Biden for the stock market crash if that does happen under his watch. And I think that there's a decent chance, because remember, stock buybacks did prop up the market. There's no question about it. All that cheap money being pumped in from the Fed, that did prop up the market. I don't know if that whole process is gonna change under a Biden administration. We'll see, but if he doesn't address the economic frustrations that the vast majority of Americans are feeling right now. And remember, the vast majority of Americans are not significantly invested in the stock market. The top 10% of this country is over 80%. They make up over 80% of the people who are invested in the stock market in this country. So that gives you a sense of how the vast majority of Americans don't really care. They're not paying attention to the stock market. They're paying attention to their wages. They're paying attention to their medical bills. They're paying attention to the bread and butter issues that Biden ran away from when he was campaigning. And if the Democratic Party doesn't want to pay the consequences of abandoning Americans and the very issues that matter the most to them, well, then they better get cracking. And they better pay attention to what's going on and do something about it. But I'm not gonna hold my breath on that. Anyway, we gotta take a break. When we come back, I'm gonna try to get into a better mood, and we'll talk about Laura Ingraham and, never mind, I'm not gonna be in a better mood. Laura Ingraham and Tucker Carlson. See you soon.
Damn it, they failed us. And if you're not angry about that, Michael, and any of you out there, then you're damn wrong, because you should be angry. Young Turks.
It was genuine. He was mad.
Cenk Uygur, known online as one of the Young Turks, isn't afraid to throw some punches.
3, 2, 1, fade up.
Cenk the Turk Uygur.
What kind of TV station is this? The whole point is for me to yell and scream and tell you what I think.
It was right out of like Wayne's World.
This guy on this little rinky-dink website is speaking truth to power.
We've been averaging 600,000 views a day, beating most of the cable shows in America.
We're the largest online news show in the world.
We're celebrating our 1 billionth view.
Television, we're coming.
More politics ahead with Cenk Uygur.
He knew that the MSNBC opportunity was an experiment.
If Phil and host beat CNN and headline news combined, at some point they want to give me a show.
Every single year that comes out of our paycheck. We put it in, and you're saying we were suckers.
When you as a host tells someone you're interviewing to shut up, that's gonna raise a red flag.
That guy needed a tall glass of shut up juice.
If President Obama's doing the wrong thing, I'm not gonna tell you that he's doing the right thing so I can, quote, support him.
He says to me, "You won't believe the meeting that I just had."
The head of MSNBC talked to me.
They want him off the air.
Cenk took an incredible risk.
We're supposed to challenge the government. That's the role of the media. The Democrats and the Republicans are here to screw you. And who on the air is saying it?
I wouldn't have done what he did.
That if I'm going to be a talk show host, I should be the biggest talk show host in the country. I don't think anyone else does it better. I don't think anyone's even close.
Before you know it, I'll be back on your TV doing a national show. I guarantee it.
We talk about TYT Army being so strong. Usually they help us run our show. Now they're gonna help us run the country.
Like this.
It's time that we reclaim democracy for the people.
We had a huge victory for Wolfpack.
When Lincoln said this was a country by, of, and for, he said of the people, not of corporations.
Our representatives don't represent us.
Whoa, democracy!
United! We are! We are! Too strong! There's thousands of volunteers, and you can be among them. When you get the power back, oh, that feels good.
This is just the beginning.
Knock, knock. We're coming for them! Wolf-pack.com.
Mayweather will knock out Pacquiao. Floyd beats his wife.
Okay, I get it. You're progressive. You're looking for other progressive voices. Why? Because you want real progress to happen. You're tired of the why, regular stuff. You should be checking out the Young Turks. Why? Because who else is going to have Killer Mike talking about politics and social issues in his new TV show, Trigger Warning?
My dad wrote the story of his life. It's called Original Young Turk. It's a book on shoptyt.com. Part of the story is how I became progressive. Now, he doesn't write about that per se, but in his life story, you see, oh my God, when a community helps one another, when the government also chips in and gives you free education, anything is possible. He went from an incredibly poor olive farmer to living the American dream.
Back on the Young Turks. Shout out to some of our sponsors. You got to protect your computer. So let's try PureVPN. That's tyt.com/PureVPN. You get 88% off of a 5-year plan. That seems like a lot off. That's because of a big Black Friday discount. So this is apparently the time to act. So if you want to get a VPN to protect your computer, definitely do it now. And then I want to tell you about how you could use your change, your pocket change, to help save the planet. You do that at tyt.com/trees. So go check that out. If you link up your credit card or your debit card, they round up, if you want it, they round up to the nearest dollar, and they plant a tree with every time they round up. So check that out. Now I'm going to go to you guys with a lot of great comments here, really good points. So Greg wrote in the member section, the mainstream media still tries to give Jeff Flake credit for standing up to Trump when he openly stated he did it because he wasn't running for re-election, and then he still ended up voting with him. 100% right. Dave of Triffids with a terrific point I should have clarified in the earlier segment. State laws allowing for faithless electors were deemed unconstitutional via a 9-0 unanimous Supreme Court decision earlier this year. It was Lawrence Lessig's case that he talked about on TYT a couple of weeks ago. So if one wanted to be faithless, they couldn't. Thank you for reminding me of that. That's absolutely right. I love doing this show with you guys. tyt.com/join to become a member and make great points throughout the show. You could hit the join button below if you're watching on YouTube. And then this is just a fun one here. Hope Sai writes in, or Hope Sai, what a day for my too strong coffee mug to arrive. Awesome. It's too late for me to drink coffee, so I'll have to drink tea with MAGA tears. That's awesome. TooStrongCoffee.com/TYT. Make sure you use /TYT so this show gets credit for it, okay? It's wonderfully progressive too. Organic, fair trade, and gives to causes like Just Democrats. All right, last ones are from Super Chat for now. So Lin with just a fun one saying, "Is that blue I see?" I love it. And then King Daddy or Sadie says, "I feel like it's time to do a huge cleanup in the Senate, as in get people who think Trump won out. And I also love TYT, the best news ever." Well, you're the best audience ever, so the love goes right back at you, and we appreciate it. All right, so much more to go. And oh, by the way, Twitch subscriber Trashy Plays points out AO suspended and demonetized on YouTube for 1 week. That is true. They're putting out misinformation about coronavirus. What a big shock from a conservative outlet. So they got suspended. Thank you for doing the program with us on Twitch too. Love you guys. All right, Anna, what's next?
Just want to send a note to super producer Brett Ehrlich to get, after we do this next story, get some B-roll of Steve Mnuchin ready, because I'm about to rage. But in the meantime, let's talk about Laura Ingraham. So Laura Ingraham had to acknowledge reality for the first time in probably several years, and she had to beg her audience not to punish her for it. Let's watch the clip so you get an understanding of what I'm talking about here.
As unpleasant and disappointing as these past 3 weeks have been to so many of us, as much as we wish things were different, this is where things stand tonight. Now, legal challenges continue in a number of states. Serious questions about vote counting, poll watcher access are outstanding. But unless the legal situation changes in a dramatic and frankly an unlikely manner, Joe Biden will be inaugurated on January 20th. Now, To say this does not mean I don't think that this election was rife with problems and potential fraud. And to say this does not constitute being a sellout to the conservative populist movement that I've been fighting for, I don't know, 25 years. And it does not mean that I disagree at all with the president's right and obligation to pursue all legitimate legal challenges to this outcome. To say this constitutes living in reality. And if I offered you a false reality, if I told you that there was an excellent, phenomenal chance that the Supreme Court was going to step in and deliver a victory to President Trump, I'd be lying to you. Now, you've known me for a long time now, and you know me long enough to know that I will not lie to you or simply tell you what you want to hear.
She lies every day. That's what she gets paid for. She lies to her audience on a regular basis, which is why her audience lives in a completely different world. And she has to beg them not to punish her. She has to add all these caveats before breaking the news to her audience. Like, you know I'm a very good Trump loyalist, right? You know that I've licked his boots. I've licked his boots so hard my tongue is raw. You know it, right? You know it, I know it, the American people know it, right? Please don't punish me.
Okay. Yeah, and there's an extra layer to that trick, right? So overall, am I happy that she's acknowledged that the sky is blue? Sure, right? But first of all, a little too late with all the certifications that have already happened. Right. And you egged all those people on to their rage, and that's why every poll out now says over 70% of Republicans believe the election was completely and utterly stolen. They think that the votes were rigged, and you helped fan those flames. So don't pretend you didn't. But what she knows is that she knows she's been lying from day one. And she knows Joe Biden is going to actually be president on January 20th. So this is the last way of saying, now look, remember how credible I am. I'm the one who told you guys that even though it was horrible and despicable, etc., that Biden was actually going to be president. Aren't I a truth teller? No, the sky is blue whether you say it or don't say it. And when they walk outside, they're gonna see that the sky is blue. You don't get any credit for that, especially after you told them it wasn't blue for all this time. And then your last thing is like, no, Trump was a demigod and he's amazing, he's fantastic. I love him so much, but the sky is blue. No. At most you get this much credit for it.
No, 0% credit, because eventually she had to acknowledge what the reality was. And so my question has been throughout this entire process, what was your end game, Laura Ingraham, right? Like, so you're gonna keep lying to your audience about what actually happened in this election. You're gonna keep enabling Donald Trump's awful behavior, which, by the way, if Trump had his way, could have completely dismantled our democratic process here, right? She enabled that. And so what was her end game? What was she planning on doing? And so there are all these headlines today about how last night CNN beat Fox News for the first time in like 28 years or something. I'm obviously exaggerating here, in ratings. Because now conservatives, I don't know if they just feel too defeated to watch this trash TV on Fox, but their ratings were way down last night. Anderson Cooper beat Tucker Carlson, which is unheard of, right? And so that's what Fox was thinking about as they were enabling Donald Trump's behavior. That's what all of these conservative, they're all thinking about the gravy train. And nothing symbolizes that more than Tucker Carlson, who just a few days ago talked about how Trump's legal team had no evidence. He invited Sidney Powell on his show to share that evidence, and once it became clear that she didn't have any evidence of widespread voter fraud, they decided that she would not be on the show that night, and he explained why. And then he got all this backlash. Now all of a sudden, he's like, oh no, I guess I kind of need this audience to make money, so let me try to go back to that grift. And here's what that looks like.
Other countries understand it. They don't use electronic voting because they know it undermines confidence in democracy. A system cannot function if no one trusts the vote. And that's true here too, as we're finding out. Going forward, we need to find out exactly what happened in this month's presidential election. We need to find out no matter how long it takes the investigation to unfold or how much it costs. And once we get answers from that investigation, we ought to revert immediately to the traditional system of voting, the one that served our democracy for hundreds of years. But at the same time, we shouldn't let our focus on voting machines distract us from all that happened earlier this month. The 2020 presidential election was not fair. No honest person would claim that it was fair. On many levels, the system was rigged against one candidate and in favor of another. And it was rigged in ways that were not hidden from view. We all saw it happen. The media openly colluded with the Democratic nominees. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refused to explain what they would do if they were elected.
You know, believe it or not, I actually do agree with Tucker Carlson, and I do believe that there were all sorts of unfair things that took place, that transpired in relation to this election. So for instance, when a Trump loyalist, Louis DeJoy, was named as Postmaster General, and he proceeded to dismantle the post office to ensure that it was ill-equipped to process an influx of mail-in ballots during this pandemic, yeah, it seemed like that was pretty unfair, right? But it wasn't slanted in favor of Joe Biden. And it was certainly slanted in favor of Donald Trump. Let me give you more though. When armed Trump goons showed up at in-person voting locations to intimidate voters, that seemed pretty unfair, pretty undemocratic, didn't it? Also, when poll workers were intimidated as they were working, doing their jobs, when they were intimidated by Trump supporters, chanting all sorts of horrendous things at them and threatening them as they were doing their jobs, that was pretty unfair too, pretty undemocratic. But those are the issues that Tucker Carlson won't bring up, but he will argue, he will allege that this was an unfair election to Donald Trump without providing any of that evidence that he claims to be so in favor of. Yeah. So he's full of crap, so is Laura Ingraham. They're worried about the gravy train ending. And again, I just wonder, what was their end game? What was it?
Well, no, I know what their end game was. So, okay, so number one, I love their newfound critique of electronic voting. They just discovered it. When electronic voting led to Donald Trump winning in 2016 by the tiniest of margins, they were like, yes, electronic voting. How dare anyone question electronic voting? We love electronic voting. When electronic voting gave the Republicans the Senate, they're like, yes, electronic voting is the best, right? Now all of a sudden they lose and they're like, oh my God, did you guys know there's electronic voting? Did you know? I didn't know that. Did you know that? Well, this must be a new phenomenon. And whenever Tucker does a segment, he always says that. This has never happened before in America. Well, electronic voting has happened for a long, long time in America. So welcome to the party. So if you want to do a thorough analysis of electronic voting and have a discussion about paper ballots, progressives are all in. We're happy to do that. We want to do that. But we're not going to do, as Randy Quaid suggested and Donald Trump retweeted today, a redo of the entire vote of only the states that Trump lost and all paper ballot on a system that does not exist right now. So if you want to build that system before the next election, well, that's a really great discussion and you should go to Wolfpack and you should have that discussion, okay? But for him to pretend that he just found out, it's absurd, it's absurd. And all the time that the Republicans were winning, it wasn't a problem, now it's a problem. Okay, then he says it's rigged. Now here's where Tucker's smart, and I'll give him credit for that. But that actually makes him a bigger liar, because he knows he's lying. And he knows that he's playing his audience. So when he says it's rigged, he says it in a way where he's like, well, rigged by the media and others, etc., right? So that he could turn around to his audience and say, I said it was rigged. I told you Trump was robbed. Come back, please. Watch me, not Anderson. Don't go away under Newsmax, please. It was rigged, right? But then when anyone that is credible challenges him, he'll say, well, I didn't technically say that the votes were rigged. I never technically said that. I said it was rigged in other ways. Oh, so you see how this game is played. So what was their end game? Their end game was, let's see if Trump can actually steal it. If he does, that's awesome. And we'll back the coup 100%. We'll kill democracy, we'll rule forever, it'll be perfect. Because they're right-wing authoritarian people anyway. Do you think do any of you out there think there's a 1% chance that if Donald Trump successfully got, for example, the state legislatures to put in another slate of electors and then declare him president without ever presenting any evidence in court, so you know that it's false. He had no voter fraud evidence, he had nothing. The Republican state leaders, if they had just said, no, that's a Trump wins, I don't care, right? And some of them threatened to do that. Do you think Tucker Carlson and Laura Ingraham would have gone along or said, no, on principle, that's anti-democratic? No, that clearly he lost, but now they can't hand it to him. No, you know for a fact they would not have said that. They would have said, yes, democracy is dead. Pay me. Trump, what do you need? What do you need? I'll do it. I'll kiss whatever ass, whatever cheek you want. So now that they know they've lost, they're like, rigged, oh yeah, it's outrage, yeah. No, but he did lose, sky is blue. But rigged, everybody come back. This is such an obvious game that they're playing. And I'm back with you, 0% credit for either one of them.
That's what I like to hear. All right, well, we got to take a break. When we come back, we have more feckless politicians to lay into, including Democrats who are afraid that Donald Trump might veto a defense spending bill. We'll give you that and more when we come back.
I'm old enough that I remember when Captain Crunch put the berries in there.
Yay, crunch berries!
And I was like, ooh, the fake berries.
Remember?
We're gonna try that.
We did a story back in the day about how a woman sued, I don't know, General Mills.
She'd been eating it for 4 years, believing that it was actual berries. Yeah. She's like, these aren't real berries at all. Yeah. I'm like, I got news for you. Captain Crunch isn't really a captain or a person. Joining me now, legendary whistleblower and American hero, Edward Snowden. First question is, hey, where are you?
I'm in my apartment in Moscow.
All of a sudden, in the studio, Jim Gaffigan, everybody.
Mental illness is, completely undiagnosed in our society.
It's not about a particular administration. It's about a broken system of power, and through that, really, the instrumentalization of a system of not justice, but injustice.
People understand whether they claim to deny climate change or not. Our collective house is in crisis. We're also dealing with the legacy of 40 years of economic policies that have made people's lives more precarious.
Sometimes you got to force people into their humanity. Sometimes you have to shake people into empathy.
Senator Elizabeth Warren joins us in the studio.
Healthcare is a basic human right, and we are fighting for basic human rights.
In order to actually achieve that vision of everyone having access to the same resources and getting to determine the outcome of their life, we have a lot of work to do, and it needs to start right now.
Here's something you may not know. When you deposit your money in a big bank, it doesn't just sit, safe and secure, in a vault. Instead, your money could end up building oil pipelines, mining for coal, or drilling in the Arctic. So if you're concerned about the planet, give your money something good to do. Make the move to green with Aspiration's fossil fuel-free account and join the thousands each week who are switching to save their dollars and save the planet at the same time.
Cenk Uygur joins us.
We are progressive and unapologetically so. Very happy to say that millennial and Gen Z generations are massively progressive along with us. Lynn, do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I like Donald Trump.
Well, that's why we think you're racist. The 5 black kids in Central Park did not commit the rape. He said, who cares? Keep them in prison anyway. They probably did something. He's a terrible guy. Very fine people on the side of chanting, Jews will not replace us. Called Latinos criminals and rapists.
The most important part is we've got to fix it. And fixing it means you have to acknowledge the problem. They don't value black lives. They don't value poor lives. And anyone who's against Black Lives Matter is a racist piece of crap, including Donald Trump and nearly every Republican politician in this country. You're a full-blown racist if you still don't believe it, and you still don't want any reform, and you still don't want any justice. ShopTYT.com now has books. One of them is Ryan Grimm's book, We've Got People. That's a saying that AOC said, they've got money, we've got people. It's the best tracing of the AOC victory I've seen anywhere. It's the most accurate, and it's got great details. The book actually goes all the way back to Jesse Jackson and how he's the original Bernie Sanders. If you want to know how we're going to win going forward, those lessons are super important, and they're in Ryan's book. So check it out right now at ShopTYT.com.
We found the perfect person to lead the army, Allison Hartson.
The establishment media works hand in glove with our corporate legislators, and our corporate legislators work hand in glove with the corporation. And we're going to make it so that it's a decentralized force throughout the country, so that we can quickly identify stories, quickly identify troll farms, and go in and neutralize the enemy, and then start building responsible media throughout the country and on every platform available.
back on the Young Turks. First of all, shout out to shoptyt.com. Day 7 of the 10-day Black Friday sale. Whenever they give away anything for free, I panic a little bit. But this is a face shield with orders of over $75. So that's good for public health as well. So that's great. So $75 orders and above get that mask for free. Check it out at shoptyt.com. Let me check the thermometer real quick at tyt.com/go. I think we were trying to get to 116,000, barely got there. 116,109, but you guys are awesome. Can I see 117? We got to get to 200. We're running out of time there. tyt.com/go. You guys make this show possible. And let me read one here, comment from the member section. It's really good. Ruth Iverson said, Biden is a Band-Aid to stop the Trump bleeding. Our wounds are still festering and we can't wait for real help. We're dying now.
Yep.
So Ruth, that's 100% right. That's exactly why we do this show, because we're willing to challenge folks when others aren't. The one thing Tucker's slightly right about is the media loves Joe Biden. And they refuse to criticize him at all. So that part is true. And so, but we will. We don't care. We're here to do the actual news. So Steve Go Watch on YouTube Super Chat says, not looking forward for Dems to be unprepared for the Republicans to blame them for the tax hikes next year that were built into the tax cuts the Republicans did in 2017 with automatic tax hikes every 2 years until SMH. So yes, we're all shaking our heads because Democrats are unprepared. They'll run right into that wall and they'll bungle the messaging as always. And last one is Luke Smith saying on Super Chat, just joined, happy to be TYT Premium. Well, you're awesome. If you're on YouTube, hit the join button below. At any level you support the show, we see your badge and we always appreciate it, and that lets us know who the members are. At the Essentials level, you get the post game we're about to do for you guys, and we do every day. And at the premium level, you get all of our videos and shows, and you support the show more, and we appreciate it. Everyone else that's not on YouTube, you can subscribe on Twitch for free if you have Amazon Prime, so that's awesome, but we still get the revenue, costs you nothing. And then tyt.com/join for everyone else to join on our website. All right, Anna.
All right. Donald Trump is threatening to veto the defense bill if there's a provision included in the bill that would rename military bases that had been named after Confederate soldiers and Confederate leaders. And so, of course, Donald Trump and some of the more extreme right-wingers in the Senate seem to like the fact that those military bases are named after Confederate leaders. So now Democrats are like, oh no, what are we gonna do? We're worried that Trump might veto the defense bill. Let him do it. So let me give you the details on what's going on, because rather than allowing Trump to make that decision, right? All the pressure's on him. Democrats have decided to fight one another on this issue. So Democrats, of course, are the ones who want to have that provision to rename the military bases included in the defense bill. All Democrats, and many Republicans even, support scrubbing the names of Confederate leaders from military facilities. But the provision in the annual defense policy bill has caused a splinter within the Democratic caucus as lawmakers weigh what's more important: axing the language and ensuring the $740 billion bill is passed on time, or forcing the issue, all but guaranteeing a showdown with Republicans and Trump, who has threatened to veto the bill if it remains. And to be clear, Trump certainly has threatened to veto the bill if that provision remains. Here is Kayleigh McEnany making the threat during a press conference.
My administration will not even consider the renaming of these magnificent and fabled military installations. Our history as the greatest nation in the world will not be tampered with. Respect our military. The president will not be signing legislation that renames America's forts.
So Democrats should call his bluff. They should call his bluff. But instead, they're worried about people like, of course, Donald Trump and Senator Jim Inhofe, who also said that he agrees with Donald Trump and does not want to rename these military bases. Democrats have just a couple of weeks to reconcile their differences in the waning days of this Congress, or risk breaking a nearly 6-decade streak of sending an annual defense policy bill to the president's desk. I do need to note, Cenk, before I go to you, how incredible it is that we've had multiple occasions where Congress does not pass a spending bill in time to ensure that they avoid a government shutdown. But when it comes to funding the military, 60 years, we are on time. We can't break that streak. It's amazing and pathetic.
So yes, when it comes to providing healthcare, there is no streak to break. That they're not interested in at all. So guys, I want to explain to you the different layers of how pathetic this is. So first of all, Trump has lost. He is in the middle of trying to steal the election now in his desperate last attempts. You have all the leverage in the world. And on top of that, and this is the clincher, they actually have a veto-proof majority in the Senate and the House. They already know that. And they're still thinking of surrendering to Trump. Well, what are you gonna do with these guys? That they're debating whether to surrender to Trump now, at this late date. When they have a veto-proof, how could they have a veto-proof majority? Because even Republicans are like, Jesus Christ, Don Bacon, a terrible right-wing Republican in Nebraska, is like, no, we got to rename the bases. A huge chunk of the Republican Party says, I'm not willing to be this or perceived as this racist, that I'm going to protect the slave-holding Confederate general that betrayed America and committed treason and murdered our troops. And I'm gonna get blowback from all the voters that are gonna turn out against me and all of those things. And so I'm not with the president on this. They're willing to have just an ounce of courage to defy Trump. The Republicans are on this issue. And Democrats are like, even the Republicans are with us, but should we surrender anyway?
It's amazing.
And so that's the debate they're having now.
Yeah, so let me tell you who the relevant players in this disagreement are. So on one hand, you have House Armed Services Chair Adam Smith, who seems to be willing to completely scrap the language on renaming the military bases. Representative Anthony Brown of Maryland, a top Democrat in the Armed Services Committee and a member of the Congressional Black Caucus, demands that the language remain in the defense funding bill because it should. So Democrats are in favor of this. Republicans seem to be on board for the most part as well. And so the big worry is that Donald Trump vetoes the defense bill. Well then, if you're Democrats, if you're worried about your donors, because I really think that's what's at play here behind the scenes, wouldn't your donors be more upset at Donald Trump vetoing the bill? The ball is in his court. So if he's gonna veto, let him veto. Let him suffer the consequences of that. The military is gonna be okay. Okay, the military is gonna get funded, and it's gonna get funded more than any other area of this government, of this country. We know that. You guys have never failed to fund the military. But why are you preemptively like giving up? Why? It's like they love it. Democrats love defeat. They love it. They can taste it in their mouths. They're like, yes, we love to lose. It's incredible.
So we all know why they're losing. It's what Anna said earlier. It's the bribes. It's bribery when Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, and Boeing give money to Republican and Democratic politicians. So Adam Smith sits on that committee, takes all that money, loves that money. When he got challenged, by the way, by a Justice Democrat, all of a sudden he's like, well, I'm gonna be slightly less militaristic. As soon as the primary and the general election were over, he's back to being militaristic. Defense contractors, give me the money, and you give me hundreds of thousands, and in return, I'll give you billions. And that's how bribery works. But don't criticize fellow Democrats. No, out them. So who's on the side of surrendering to Trump? Well, if you guys you say, that's smart politics. Okay, then own it. If you think it's smart politics, why won't you come out in public and say so? So if you're not gonna come out in public and say so, you're gonna try to kill it behind the scenes? No way, no deal. Progressives in Congress, out the sons of bitches. Who are you? Then you don't think it's good politics. All you care about is the goddamn bribe. Admit it. And lastly, guys, think about how disastrous this is. Because it isn't just about the renaming the military bases. That means if they can't fight Republicans, even when they have a veto-proof majority, that means for the next 4 years, they're never going to fight them. Pathetic. All right, giant post game for you guys right after this. Hit the join button below, tyt.com/join. Don't miss it. We have so many more stories. We'll be right back for the members.
All right, welcome to Old School. Cenk Uygur, Ben Mankiewicz with you guys. Donald Trump has nearly conceded. We will talk about that in a little bit. We'll also talk about how some kid didn't let me play with his Atari game. Those things are related, believe it or not. Way back in the day. Sponsored, shoptyt.com. Look at this. Will you shut up, man? Okay, this is this shirt that I get the second best reaction to, Ben. Best one is "You're fired." I live in LA, so everyone's like the Trump "You're fired" T-shirt. Everyone's like, yes. Where do I get that? Right. But this is the Joe Biden quote from the debate. So this is my favorite one because it takes half a second for people to go, "Oh yeah, where can I get that?"
I just love the fact that we would never in a million years have thought that you would be actively promoting a shirt that has a fun Joe Biden quote on it that makes you like him.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that we would have ever thought that Biden would have been aggressive enough to say, "Will you shut up, man?"
Yeah.
Right. But he got pushed into that. But if you got pushed into doing something aggressive, you know me, I'm here for
Sure.
it, as the kids say. Right. So
there was
by the way,
go ahead.
No, just to finish up the promos, the shop tyt.com is having a Black Friday sale for all the way through Black Friday. So check that out. And of course, also twostrongcoffee.com/TYT. Okay. So that's progressive, organic, fair trade. And you get the mug if you buy 3 bags or more. So that's twostrongcoffee.com/TYT. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead, Ben.
No, there was another one today from Biden that I liked. He was asked whether the Senate GOP will give his cabinet nominees a tough time. And he said, "Are you kidding me?" So I was like, all right, good. Right. He has some sense, unless that meant, of course not, that they'll respect them. And of course, even if they don't agree with them, if they're qualified, as it was in my day, they'll of course confirm. But I think it was the other thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably tweet about this after the show, but are we really, we're done, right, with talking about Republicans in the cabinet after almost the entirety of the Republican Party agreed to stand by as Donald Trump tried to do a political coup by getting the state legislators to elect him, even though he didn't win the election. Are we still having a conversation about Republicans in the cabinet?
It's funny. The thing I object to is the conversation. I mean, if he wants to, make somebody, the way it was for John Huntsman, if he wants to make somebody ambassador to China or Ireland, fine. I don't care. Have at it. But the conversation about it, like that I'm going to be bipartisan, look at me be bipartisan, that is that I object to.
Yeah. So I'm super afraid they're not going to get anything done for 4 years, but I don't want to get into that topic. So Donald Trump today, or on Monday, let's say, tweeted out, let's say because it's true. Well, it's only half true, as I'll explain. This beginning of a concession. Okay, so the GSA is the organization within the government that is supposed to set up the transition to a new administration, and Emily Murphy, who's running it, would not do that. She says she wasn't pressured by the Trump administration. Whatever, it's pointless now because Trump has allowed her to do it. By the way, if she wasn't waiting on Trump, why did she wait till this tweet came out and then immediately started the transition afterwards? So,
Cenk, she said she wasn't waiting on Trump, and I take her at her word. She's a professional at the GSA.
Yeah, and Sidney Powell says that she's got a fire hose of information that the ghost of Hugo Chavez worked with Republican governor of Georgia to steal the election for Biden. So
before yeah, to that point, like what's incredible? Again, there are a million signs that have changed so dramatically that it's stunning. Of what we accept now is really stunning. The number of times that supporters of the president post have claim to have evidence. I mean, of course they don't have it, or they'd reveal it, because they literally have a very short window of when the evidence is relevant. Like, when are you going to let it out? On January 28th? Like, now's the time. If you don't want certification for the level, you can't just say it unless you don't have it.
Yeah, there's two amusing parts of that. First of all, they're 0-34 in court. What are you, the Democrats? You're keeping your powder dry for the 35th court case? Right. Nah, I'm pretty sure you would have presented it in the other 34 court cases, which you got, in some cases, almost laughed out of the courtroom, as happened in Pennsylvania over the weekend, with a Republican judge saying, "You don't have a shred of evidence. What are you doing here? You don't have standing, and you're in the wrong venue, and you don't seem to understand legal principles." So, but anyway, she said that she wasn't waiting on Trump. She begins the transition a minute after he sends the tweet. But here's the why I brought up the amusing part. I'm going to read you Donald Trump's tweet that he wrote. Okay.
Sure. Right.
He said, "I want to thank Emily Murphy at GSA for her steadfast dedication."
I swear to God, I had not heard it. I just know he tweeted it. Okay.
Already we've hit 0% chance he wrote this, but let's continue.
Yeah.
For her steadfast dedication and loyalty to our country, she's been harassed, threatened, and abused, and I do not want to see this happen to her, her family, or employees of GSA. Our case strongly continues. We will keep up the good fight, and I believe we will prevail. Nevertheless, in the best interest of our country, I mean, I've never seen a statement less written by its alleged author than this statement. We will prevail. Nevertheless, right? There's one other great part. Nevertheless, in the best interest of our country, I'm recommending that Emily and her team do what needs to be done with regard to initial protocols. Come on. Who thinks Trump wrote this? And I've told my team to do the same. Okay. But Ben, the other amusing part is they capitalized country in the two instances where they say country. And then they all caps strongly. That was their effort to imitate Trump. But like his team still has no idea how to imitate him. Like, I could write Trump tweets 1,000 times better than they can. Are you on the same planet as us? When does he ever say steadfast dedication or initial protocols? Right?
It's like you know who it sounds like wrote it. I mean, it's inconceivable this person wrote it, but you know what it sounds like? Mike Pence. Like,
yeah, it does sound like
Pence would say steadfast, right? And nevertheless, big word like nevertheless, and he would have no clue how to do Trump, none, right?
Yeah, not in a million years.
Capitalizes country and put something in caps, right? Yeah. So I mean, it wasn't Mike Pence, but that's how Mike Pence would write the statement as Donald Trump.
No, Ben, your point is so good. Going in, I didn't know who you were going to say, and I couldn't think of who would write it that way. But the minute you said Mike Pence, I became 40% convinced instantly that it was Mike Pence. It really does sound like him. And it's going to actually lead to the main point I wanted to make, which is he's so pouty, he wouldn't write this tweet himself. He's such a baby. He's such a baby. And he might have been inconsolable, and that's why they might have gone to the vice president. Like, Vice President Pence, Trump has agreed to let GSA do their job, but he can't bring himself to write the tweet. We didn't want to speak for him. Can you write the tweet?
So, right. I mean, they're so effed up that they could bypass the communications office and be like, what's Mike doing? Nothing. He'll do it. Anything's possible in the Trump administration. So it's possible like that.
Yeah.
Or that Trump like completely broke down, right? and they can't get him to do anything, even if he ordered this and then second to depression couldn't get anything. And like, well, I guess Mike Pence is basically in charge. We got to send out a tweet, and so Pence and his team. Looks like I froze. This is the most pointless internet connection in the history of money. Like, why do I pay for it? I have a terabyte or a gigabyte. I have one thing.
Oh, well, here's what I know as much about the technical end of the internet as you do. So I believe you when you say having one of those bytes is like a big deal. Like that's a lot, right?
I had 300 at my old place, 300 MBs, right? Or sorry, MBs, right? And I got it up by 3 times plus to 1 tub, right? And I got 1 tub, but then you get 1 tub, and then you're wireless, obviously, all the time, and then you find out, well, wireless can't be more than 300 MBs, but still 300, okay. Like this should be crystal clear all the time. And I got a bunch of extenders, which I guess could conceivably weaken it, even though they're incredibly expensive extenders. But it doesn't work right when I'm 8 feet from the modem or the other thing. It might be the modem or the router.
You're going to get me into one of my pet peeves, which we've talked about in the past.
Yeah, it's really outrageous. And it just reminded me, I'm going to call tomorrow. It's going to be pointless, but like it's $100 a month for internet service, and I think I got a deal because they're like, hey, they want to get you in. Look at this. This is absurd. This in life, and it doesn't work. It's crazy.
Yeah. Anyways, my MUPS is doing okay. So I'm going to go back to the Trump conversation for a second. So Ben, I just realized that it probably is Pence who wrote the tweet, because I know the White House has steadfast dedication to protocols.
That's a Mike Pence phrase. So Mike Pence has spent his whole life exhibiting a steadfast dedication to protocols.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Ben.
In high school, he was voted most of a steadfast dedication to protocols.
Oh, totally, yeah. And the part that I missed that you're really right about is that it's so funny that whoever wrote this, but I'm now 60% convinced it's Mike Pence, couldn't figure out how to do Trump. Like they're just like incapable of it. They're like, and they threw up their hands like, I don't know how to be that dumb. I'm just gonna write it as a halfway normal human being, and that'll have to do. So Trump writes a tweet. Well, again, as Trump doesn't write the tweet, so they're going to begin to do a transition, but him not writing it, Ben, makes me think of an old story that I had. I don't know that if I ever shared it with you. It was this kid that I grew up with. We were nominally friends, and but we were also enemies. We were frenemies. Did you have anybody like that when you were growing up?
Just you.
Okay. So we would play together sometimes, but he didn't like me, and so he would do childish things. But you could tell who's right and wrong because of this. Like when we were playing, I always use the example of kickball. Apparently, we played a lot of kickball when I was a kid. But
let me interrupt for 1 sec by saying, kickball, wildly underrated.
Thank you. Somebody had to say it, and I don't know why people don't play it more. I think kickball is like one of the funnest things in the world. It's like one of the things I miss most about childhood.
Right. Loved every time, every second we put. First of all, when somebody was just running around the bases, you just throw the ball at them, right? Yeah, it was fantastic. At however hard you wanted to. If you threw it too hard, the teacher or the coach, whatever, would be like, "Hey, come on." It's just great. Yeah.
Yeah. It's uncomplicated. It's just wonderful. If I had time, which I don't, but this is reason number 8,000 that I'd like to be rich, right? Although
if you listen to Tucker Carlson's of the world, we're going to make you drink coffee and make sure that nobody ever gets rich. Is that I would love to organize a kickball game among our friends. How would that not be the most fun thing we've ever done? I mean, you add in edibles, and that could be literally the greatest afternoon of our lives.
So I get it. We got sidetracked here, but it's important. So I want to have a whole kickball league. I get it. We'll just start with a game. I can't remember how the ball gets to you. It's rolled like a bowling ball, or do you just kick it?
No, it's rolled to you like a bowling ball. The thing I couldn't remember, and I was going to ask you just now, is I forgot balls and strikes. How do you do balls and strikes in kickball?
I don't think you do. I just think you keep doing it until the guy kicks it or the girl kicks it. I think. I mean, I guess if you swing and miss, but I mean would be kind of irrelevant for most of us now.
I think I remember fouls.
Yeah, sure. You could, if you try and go down the third base line, you could kick a foul.
No, you could definitely get strikes. I remember getting strikes because I remember people missing the ball. And
sure, yeah. Yeah, that's true. That would happen. You felt bad for them because they didn't want to be playing kickball. Like they hated PE or sports, as we called it. And then like, oh, great, we're playing kickball where I'd make a fool of myself. And then some people would just clearly strike out. Like they were fine. Now I get to go sit down and talk to my friends.
And you're not going to, no one watching is going to be surprised by this. But so I don't remember if I ever struck out. But I remember that if I ever struck out in kickball, that would have been the highlight of gym class for everyone.
No, I'm sure that's
right. Because I was not a person who didn't want to play kickball. Gym was my favorite class, and I didn't understand why it wouldn't be everyone's favorite class. And
they kept score. You kept score. What could be better?
Of course. And you know me, so of course I was competitive. I was in high school. In those contexts, I was not as loud, but I'm sure I'm wrong about that. That's my recollection.
Well, you didn't play. There's no way you played kickball in high school. You play it in elementary school. I mean,
elementary, junior high.
Yeah.
And
junior high.
Yeah, and so if a guy like me struck out, then everybody would be like, yes.
Could we get? What will we need? We would need 14 people because you could pitch and catch to yourself. Right. So 14 people would fully do it. Could probably do it with 12, right? 6 fielders, 3 infielders. I don't know. Or you don't let people kick to right field, something like that. Like you could do that. You cut off a third of the outfield. It could be done. It could be done with 12, definitely 14. And so as you point out, your insufferability, my insufferability, which was not insufferable, was that because it's baseball, right? Except you're kicking it. There was never a moment where I didn't know 5 times as much as everyone there, including the coach or the PE teacher, right? No, you can't. You have to tag him. No, you don't. It was a 4. I'm like 11, instructing them on what they're not getting.
Yeah. Now, if you're sitting at home, you might be wondering, wait a minute. Why the hell do you have to be rich to play kickball? I don't remember being rich to play kickball. So that's an excellent question if it popped into your head. No, it's the least thing you need to be rich for. You just need to buy that kickball. It costs about probably what? Max $7, whatever.
Yeah, I was going to say if you're going to get it, you're like, I need 5. Here's $30. Right, let's go.
I don't know why you would buy 5, but yes.
No, because you're gonna kick it. It's gonna deflate, and you got to have another ball.
Yeah, just in case you kick it over the neighbor's yard, whatever it is.
That's right.
Yeah. And so, no, it's not that. It's that I would have to have enough time to clear out the schedule to not only play but to organize 12 to 14 people to play.
That's right.
And that's a world in which I live in the lap of luxury. So I have a weekend to kill. So I decide, sure. Well, I don't have to be rich. I either have to be rich or I have to stop doing everything that I'm doing.
So if things stop being terrible with COVID, you can actually play kickball fairly safely, right? First of all, you could just wear masks, right? And you could promise to stay away from people, right?
It's okay. COVID's going to be done first of all, it's around the corner. But no, in all seriousness, like 4 or 5 months is what it looks like. So let's just assume there's no COVID.
Okay, so assume there's no COVID and it's next spring, maybe late spring. I'm going to try. I'm going to try because we can get 14 people who'd be into it. By the way, I say last thing about kickball. It probably isn't for me. I'm probably going to go back to it throughout the show and the shows that follow. I can't remember anybody kicking it up in the air. They must have, because I already had these fantasies when I was a really good outfielder up until I was like 30, until I couldn't figure out when the ball was going to go over my head, which is where suddenly I am now. And like having a sinking, like you kick a sinking line drive and I'm playing center, and the dive and catching that ball. Like I can't wait to play.
People did kick it in the air, yes.
Yeah, I just don't remember it, but of course they did. Yeah.
Of course, that's one of the ways you get an out is you catch it in the air.
It's very hard to pick up a grounder, throw to the first baseman, and have him catch it. All right, to me, it's not impossible, but it's a little tricky. It's an awkward throw with the kickball.
Yeah. No, you're mainly looking forward to beaming the guys running the bases. Let's just be honest.
That's the beauty of kickball. That's right.
It really isn't kickball. It's more like dodgeball on the bases.
That's right. It's a mixture of softball and dodgeball.
But kicking the actual kickball is awesome.
No, it's awesome. And there wouldn't be nobody's going to strike out now. I mean, it just rolls up there. It's going 4 miles an hour. You just kick it.
Yeah.
Unless like a foul ball, unless you hit like 3 foul balls and that's out under the kickball rules, which in fact might be the case.
So for some of you, this is the end of this particular episode, and you're tearing your hair, whatever hair is left out, thinking, well, what am I going to hear the Atari story or about, and how does Cenk's frenemy relate to Trump? Well, that's the beauty of membership. tyt.com/join. You get the whole show uninterrupted. Welcome back to Old School. Cenk and Ben with you guys. We were in the middle of a conversation in the longer version of this Old School episode about talking about Donald Trump's tweet where he kind of began to concede, but he didn't. It's obvious he didn't write it. And I was comparing it to my frenemy from when I was a kid. And we used to play kickball. And he would literally sometimes, if he would complain about a call, and if he didn't get his way, he would literally take the ball and go home. He would say, I remember clear as day. He said, this is my ball, so I'm just going to take it, and I'm going to go home if you guys don't agree. And so It's true. It actually does happen. It's a real thing. And so Trump not writing his own quarter concession tweet reminded me of that kid when we were, 9, 10, 11 years old.
So now I'll follow that up with a story. And first of all, it suggests that Trump may take it back tomorrow, right? Because this was done. He's not, I don't know whether he ordered it. We don't know anything about it. So, and he's obviously quite capable of changing his mind on that. And then there's the excuse of, no, once the GSA begins this, you can't stop it, right? Mm-hmm. And obviously they could do it without him signing off. It would take some effort to really force a court to get to court and force it to stop it. And he's probably doesn't have that in. Anyway, or he does. I don't know why I always say that. So I believe I was 12. I know I've told this story before, but maybe not in Old School. 6th grade. I know it was 6th grade. So I was 11 or 12. And we were playing basketball on the blue court on the top field, obviously. And I went baseline. I was better than, in comparison to other people, than I am now. You've played with me, right? Or at least at my school. And I went baseline, and I used my left hand as I was going left to right, and I bounced it on the line, solidly on the line, maybe even more out of bounds than on the line, right? Mm-hmm. And then I continued and made some nice shot. Probably not a reverse layup. I was 11, but I probably got to the other side, turned, and shot a little jumper, and it went in. I felt good. And somebody said, you dribbled out of bounds. Right, or stepped out of bounds. I think it was dribbling. And I said, no, I didn't. They were like, no, you stepped out of bounds. You went out of bounds. And I didn't follow you after you went out of bounds. Right. Maybe it was the guy. And I was like, no, that's out. You can't say that. I didn't step out of bounds. The basket counts. And I kicked the basketball over, like, all the way onto the field. Right. I don't know. In my head, it went 100 yards, probably went 20 yards, but it wrecked the game. And then I stomped off. And now I'm fairly I'm fair in sports, right?
Yeah, no question you are.
I call fouls on myself. I seldom call them on other people, and when they do, it's because they fouled me. And as I was walking off, I thought, I am behaving like a child, right?
When you were 12.
Yeah, no, definitely. Might have been 11. I was like, this is outrageous. I dribbled it out of bounds. I saw it. I know I did. And then I just lied about it. And then I kicked the ball. And now I'm leaving. Really what I want to do is play. And literally from that day, I was like, I'm never doing this again. Ever. And I don't think I haven't. I mean, when I'm playing tennis, I mean, you could be 8 inches past the baseline, and I'm like, close enough. Let's play.
Well, that might be overdoing it a bit, but Ben, I'm going to say something amusing as usual. This is why we know we're good guys. Okay, so because I remember a football game in Pope's backyard, and we used to play all the time 1-on-1 with steady quarterback. So 3 people were plenty enough for a football game.
Yeah, you don't have to explain.
Yeah, I still remember the Nerf football that we used, and I don't remember what the exact contours of the play were and what the rule was. I might have fumbled out of the end zone or something along those lines. But I remember Pope, who we used to call Dope. I know, imaginative, and Dope said, no, you fumbled out of bounds. Let's just use that as an example, and had the correct rule. And I was a child, and so I said no, and I convinced Khan, the third party involved, that I was right about the rule, and that has bothered me in my conscience for 39 years.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
That's right. No, that's proof. You should call him and tell him that was you were out of line.
Yeah. Another time, in fact, I just told my kids this because we watch Queen's Gambit.
No, we watched a couple episodes of that. There's too much chess.
Well, there was too many kissing scenes for us, believe it or not. But we loved the chess portion of it. And then we started, Pro and I started playing, and then Pro and Joy are playing. Pro's 10, Joy's 8. And then I told him,
I've never played in my life.
You never played chess?
No.
Huh.
Never. No, not once. I don't even think anybody taught me. Never been interested. Always been a little intimidated by it as a result. Check. Really checkmate. Like it always, like, don't say check, because then the other guy definitely says checkmate. Like,
that is definitely not how it works.
That's definitely on TV and movies. That's how it works. Check. Checkmate. Oh, I didn't see that one coming.
It's the same movies where you got a pair of kings, another guy has a pair of aces.
So today, like, people respond to this who watch or listen. Today, I tweeted, "Dear makers of the mason jar, it's time to move forward and get a regular lid." Right? Like, do you know mason jars? Right?
No.
They're jars, and they're kind of cool. They look like they once had a beverage in them, but now you use them, and you put a little thin lid on top that seals it, and then you screw like a normal lid, except that's empty. So there are 2 parts to it, and it's super annoying, right? Because you can't.
Oh yeah, now I didn't know that was called a mason jar. Now I know it, and I've never figured. I always thought, like, all in the back of my head, never consciously had a single thought about it, but I always thought, like, is it broken, or is this a kind of a jar? All right here, and never verbalized it or even thought about it to myself.
So I got exposed. My mom had them, so I liked them because they seemed cool, and I actually liked pouring Coke and ice into it and then drinking it. It felt cool, right? Like you were doing something. And then we have, I don't know, 175 for inexplicable reasons, right? And yesterday I was putting something and I was like, come on, man, where's the other part? Why don't they just have lids? I'm going to tweet that tomorrow. And I worded it very well, and it got, for me, fairly good response. But of course, I know that there's obviously a reason for that, right? I just don't know it. And it's still funny to say, John liked it and Iderola, and, obviously it's funny. Everybody who's had a mason jar has thought it. But of course, there's a reason for it. Otherwise, they wouldn't put people through this. And so I got a ton of responses about preservatives, which is why it exists. It's a sealant to the fruit, and you got to refrigerate that. I don't know. But obviously, I don't know how to preserve things. They do. I'm sure it's necessary. And then a number of other people respond by telling me where I could get mason jar lids that are one piece. I got it. I got it. None of this was the point, but thank you.
I'm going to wait till I get rich before I get the one-piece mason jar lids.
What were you talking about before?
I'm going to put it on my bucket list. Or my jar list, if you will.
Oh, somebody sent me an Amazon link. What were we talking about before? Because that was definitely related. And maybe it was obvious how it was related, but I can no longer remember what you were saying.
The pair of aces, pair of kings in the movies, checkmate in the movies.
Oh, yeah, like I got it. That obviously I don't want anyone to explain that it's not one person saying check. Yeah, I got it. I don't know anything about it. I know that. So just laugh. Right. Yeah.
No, I would have given good odds that you had played chess. I'm really surprised you haven't.
I wear glasses. I'm Jewish. Of course, it seems like I played chess.
So I didn't laugh at that. That's I denounce and reject that joke. Okay.
You laughed at the glasses part.
Right. Of course. Yeah. So I remember so I'll tell two chess stories real quick. Three. But trust me, they're all quick. Once I beat Dave Kohler, who founded Young Turks with me and Ben, and Dave loves chess and goes to tournaments and stuff. And this was a long time ago, I don't know, a decade ago or something. And I don't play that often. And I'm sure I got lucky. And he beats me. Back then, he would have beat me 9 out of 10 times. Now he probably beats me 10 out of 10 times. But that day, I pulled the right mason jar. He said check. I said checkmate. And it's bothered him ever since. And so I was like, no, that's it. I'm out. I'm never playing you again.
Yeah. Of course, you got it. It's of course Dave Kohler's good at chess. Like I have no question. I've started playing tennis. I'm very eager to play tennis with Dave, and there's really no reason why we can't. But I'm fairly certain he's going to crush me. But I'm prepared for it. And
no, you got to have me come, and you got to have somebody else good come, so that after Dave gets frustrated playing with us, they go play and you and I play.
I'm not terrible. I'm not terrible.
No, you know me. I'm not terrible either. I'll seem terrible in the beginning, and then I'll warm up, and then I'll just be bad and not terrible.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Yeah. So, anyways, the other second chess story is it relates. This is how we got onto it in the first place. A friend of mine, Emra, we used to play chess when we were kids, and I never really quite picked up the rules. I played 4 years of rugby and never quite picked up the rules. So this does not speak well of me. But it was, I guess, definitely a slightly different person back then, because if I was me now and we're playing rugby and it's got all those confusing rules, I'd just be like, nope. We're going to take half this practice for you to thoroughly explain these rules to me. And I don't care how much it annoys anyone else, because I got news for you. Half the team doesn't understand the rules. They're just too afraid to say it, right? So, but I didn't do that back then because I was too shy, believe it or not. And so I just went 4 years not quite understanding when I'm supposed to put the ball down, when I'm supposed to pick it up. Anyways, back then I didn't know chess as well as I should have. But to be fair, at that point I was 6 or 7, right? And so Emra gets, I basically take his king without saying check or something along those lines.
It's outrageous.
Yeah, and it's clearly wrong, and I know it's wrong. And Emra's mad, and he never gets mad because he's such a good guy. And then his mom comes along because we're at his place, and his mom sides with me because she's a Turkish mother, and the guess is always right. She didn't bother figuring out who's right about this. I've carried that around for 43 years. Okay. And I told that to my kids. I was like, don't ever cheat. If you're anything like your old man, you're going to needlessly stress about it for decades after that. Decades. It just doesn't pay.
So my sense of chess is from watching it on television and in movies and in the Queen's Gambit, that one episode that I watched, is that you can do whatever you want, which makes me like it. Like, and the other person entertains you as like, oh yeah, okay, do that. Well, then I'm going to do a knight to rook 4, and they're like, oh, nice, check. I thought we'd play longer. It's like I thought we'd continue this ruse for a bit longer.
So, once my dad caught me playing chess, and he's like, "What is this? Why you play chess?" I'm like, "I would have thought you would like this. It's a game that's..."
What kind of parent would object to that? Yeah.
Yeah, who objects to what? Yeah, like if you caught me drinking a beer or something, I get it. But like I'm playing chess, that you should be ecstatic, right? He's like, "Oh, it is very dangerous."
Dad.
I'm like, "All right, Dad, I'm all ears. How's this one dangerous?"
Yeah.
Okay. And it turns out when he was growing up, they used to play chess for money. And so they developed gambling habits around chess. And he's like, "Oh, every friend I know got bankrupted by chess."
That is so ridiculous. But it is true that for a lot of people, chess is like a gateway drug to bridge. So I can understand why your dad was worried.
Oh my God! If I had just started gambling on chess, do you have any idea how much better my life would be?
Oh my God! Totally, yeah.
We could be having kickball every weekend.
Totally, yeah. We'd have a whole kickball league, the Southern California Kickball League. Yeah, you want to do something this weekend? No, going to Thousand Oaks for a kickball tournament. Oh man, that's great. Yeah.
Yeah. Why? Because Jake only lost a little bit of money since he was gambling on chess and not on blackjack or poker.
Right, online. Yeah.
Right, or on football. Anyway,
it's just real quick. It's then worth telling people that when we worked together in Miami, when we'd probably known each other, I don't know, a year or something at that point, we played internet blackjack, which was rigged on Sundays more than any other day because people lost money on football and tried to get it back. So it's obvious. Right? It's a algorithm. It's a program. So obviously they can set it any way they want. Anyway, so at one point I was frustrated. I'd been losing and I lost like $400 in a sitting. And you were like, you want me to, one of us suggested that you play on my account and turn things around. So I went and shot like a 7-minute segment. I get back and you're like, yeah, I lost $1,200 of my money. But the crazy thing is, that was a possibility. It's not like you did anything wrong. You were like, no, let's go try and turn this around. And then because we both get the thing of, I lost 25, I lost 25, 50, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, double down. Wow, wait, I just lost $1,800. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people complain about algorithms now. I mean, if you had seen those old blackjack algorithms, I mean, Hillary Clinton would have been president in 2016 because Facebook would have fixed their algorithms just because of the outrage of the blackjack algorithm. If that had caught on back when we were doing it. No, I don't remember, of course, if I went crazy in betting. I doubt it. It's possible that the algorithm had set in, so I just lost 200 hands in a row by the time you were done with the 7-minute segment. And because once they put you on a losing streak on that program, it was good night, Irene. But I remember being more panicked every minute you were gone.
Yeah, I was probably thinking. I probably went and did the whole show, so it was probably 30 minutes that you had.
Yeah, you might have been doing the show. Yeah, that's my recollection. And I remember thinking, like, why? Why did I agree to do this? I'm so stressed, and I know that I can't pay him back. I don't have it, but I'm not. But it wasn't for me. And if I'd won $1,200,
that's right.
Obviously, Ben would keep it, and so and I would never accept. So, but nonetheless, I feel awful. I mean, I've felt worse like 3 times in my life.
No, I remember feeling worse for you, like later feeling terrible for me, but being like, no, I got it. I got it. You were supposed to be good luck. You weren't. It's really not your fault.
There's no good luck in that algorithm.
Right. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. And look, time. To me, the only reason why I didn't feel monumentally worse is because there's a correct way of playing blackjack, and it's not complicated. So I didn't do anything different. I just played it, I'm sure, almost exactly as you would have played it.
But nonetheless, that didn't help at the moment. So I'll go back to a cheating story. So apparently I had too many of these, and apparently they all weighed on my conscience. So I don't know why I had 3 or 4. I should have stopped after 1, but I cheated in Mrs. Miller's reading class. I was copying. I couldn't get one answer, and I was frustrated. And I didn't want to get a 90%. I wanted to get 100%. So I looked at Paul Calamia's sheet because Paul's really smart, and I figured he would have gotten it, and he was better at reading than I was. So Mrs. Miller caught me, and so I went full Trump.
Yeah, right, of course.
And so this was 7th grade, so I was probably around 12, 13 again, right? And I was like, this is an outrage. I wasn't cheating. My grades are great. I don't need to cheat. I mean, just disgusting stuff, right?
Right. Yeah. Right.
And I'm yelling at this poor woman who's just such a wonderful person. And then now she tells me to go to the principal. I'm in front of the class, and I'm still yelling at her. And then Maren Foyer says the thing that you have had in your nightmares, all of you. She says, Cenk. And I go, what? She goes, your fly is open. My zipper was down. And that class has never laughed. No class has ever laughed that hard at anything.
Yeah,
and then,
so you felt double shame instantly.
Oh my God, the shame of that.
Yeah.
It probably affected my sex life.
Yeah, but exposed as having your fly down when you're in the middle of a giant lie that humiliates the other person. So it's a bad sequence of shame. You're like, I never would have been standing in this situation if I A, hadn't cheated, or B, massively lied about cheating.
100%. It's an instant entry into the Hall of Shame.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're shamed in every direction, and you had it coming.
Yeah.
Like
you sound like a bit like when you were a kid, like you were a bit of a. I just got to be honest. That seems like where
the chess, the football. You're beginning to pick up a pattern.
Yeah. Right, yeah.
Yeah, and so no, of course I tell those stories as exceptions. I hope because they still bother me. But no, I was the guy like you who would call myself out in basketball if I was out, and even if no one saw it. And so when people didn't do that, I'd get extra mad. So that I had a fault, but it was in that direction. When it's not that big a deal, yeah, a guy's not going to call himself out. Wakey, don't be naive, right?
Anyway, those are
So all the way back to my frenemy, because I got to get the Atari story in. So that's the same guy, the Trumpian guy, who had literally taken his ball and gone home, and he had got an Atari set when no one else on the block had an Atari yet, and despite me, he would invite every one of our friends over except me, and that bothered me so much that last Christmas I bought myself an Atari set.
You bought yourself an Atari last Christmas?
Yeah.
Do you still play it, or like did you realize this?
No. I knew that I was going to play Space Invaders like 12 times, and I was going to play with my kids, and then probably never play it again. And I was like, nope, totally worth it. I know that going in, but just to have the Atari sitting by the computer, knowing at any time I could go in and play Atari. I don't need permission from the jerk in the neighborhood. That peace of mind is worth $1 gazillion. And as it turned out, you know how cheap I am. I looked online, it was $43. I was like, yeah, I can do that.
I can do this, right? But I'm not going to buy a PlayStation for whatever. I don't even know how much they cost. I always think about it every year because I'd like to play Call of Duty World War II. It's the only one I want to play because obviously I want to kill Nazis, right? And that's just the only thing that interests me at all about video games. And I played it a little bit on my computer way back 15 years ago. I adored it. Oh, sniper in the woods. Oh, I shot that Nazi in the head. It was so good.
Does your dad know if he ever actually shot a Nazi when he was in World War II?
He almost certainly didn't shoot him. He really didn't have. He had a rifle, but he seldom had it. He had a handgun. No, he fired a mortar. So I did ask him if he'd ever killed anybody, And he would always say, I don't know, they were really far away, but there's a good chance.
Yeah, and that was certainly the intent.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and I don't think he set the, whatever you call that, the calculation of, where to fire. He put it in, and he said his biggest fear always was that he was going to get his hand blown off. He wasn't going to get his hand back out of the way. And he drove a Jeep. He fired a mortar and drove a Jeep. So he wasn't. He told me one story, which he later acted like he didn't, where he was in some jeopardy and running toward the woods, which would provide cover because that's where our troops were. This is not like some big thing stuck in no man's land, but it was a war, and Germans are firing at them, and he's just running to get to cover, and he picked up a like whatever they had, a German machine gun or automatic rifle, and was running and shooting it over his shoulder as he ran. He goes, I couldn't have hit anything, but I just wanted to, make them think, right? So maybe they wouldn't shoot. And then it ran out of bullets shortly thereafter. And then he just flung it into the snow while running. And I was like, so like Arnold Schwarzenegger, like Bruce Willis, right? Yeah. I mean, that's amazing.
No, they don't call him the greatest generation for nothing. And like these days, like we go in and we heavily outgun everyone and think we're awesome, right? That's right. Back then, it was a real fight. I mean, those
they had the greatest army in the world, and then they overextended it. But yeah, they blitzkrieged through Europe. They were a serious fighting force, and they didn't care what they did. I mean, they didn't. It helps to not play by any rules. You forget they couldn't get guys home, right? We had a million guys. I don't know how many in Europe, and it's not like they could fly. They had to go on ships. And for the beginning of it, they kept them there because they weren't sending anybody home because of the war with Japan was continuing. So, but I joined the Merchant Marine, which means you can get back quickly, and then you work the Merchant Marine. You're working for them, and then you get to New York and you resign from the Merchant Marine, and ta-da, you're home. But so he died 6 years ago, and I found in his things was I have it right over there, a German officer's or German soldier's knife, sheathed with a swastika on it. He'd never mentioned this, ever.
Wow.
He obviously took it off of a dead German soldier, and I know that because of the other story he told me, likely. And then he never mentioned it, probably because he forgot he had it. And I thought, of course, first thing was, okay, amazing. I wish you were alive to tell me how he got this. And secondly, what's this worth? Right. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I went on eBay very quickly, and it turns out, I don't know, there's 5,000 of these circulating around. It's like worth $110 or $80. Insignificant, not a life-changing sum of money. What is worth a lot is if you get one with a SS insignia also, right? But he didn't have that. So he took that off a dead German soldier. Because he told me he took a Luger pistol off of a German officer, a dead German officer. And my dad didn't care about guns, even though he was shooting over his shoulder at Nazis at one point, at the German soldiers at one point. And so he takes the Luger, which would be worth a tremendous amount of money, off of a dead German officer. But then when he was headed, I don't know if it was when he was headed back home or joining the Merchant Marine, or at some point at the radio station he was running at the camp in Bremen, he was cold. So he sold the Luger. He traded the Luger for a Pico. That is a Frank Mankiewicz move. I'd be like, the Luger was such a cool war memorabilia worth so much money. And he was like, I was cold. And I was cold, and I was never going to shoot anybody ever again.
It's almost got a my dad quality to it, like a Dogen Uger quality. Yes, but I was cold.
Yeah.
So where is the question?
Why are we having the conversation? Did you hear the part where I said I was cold? Yeah.
Yeah. This kid's a little slow. Yeah, I could just see somebody coming into your house and seeing a knife with a swastika on it and be like, oh,
right, totally. Right. I'm like, where do I put this so my daughter never finds it? But then I'm touching. I'm like, I don't even think you could hurt yourself with it. It's so dull. But I don't know. I definitely feel weird having it. But it is, my father had it, so I feel like at least for a while I'll it'll stay in a box somewhere high in the closet. Yeah.
No, you're being crazy. If a non-Jewish person who did not get it off of German dead soldier
I
had a knife with a swastika, it would be deeply concerning. But in your case, are you kidding me? Like, it's actually a bit of a crime. You've never showed it to me.
So I moved a bunch of stuff and I found it again. I mean, I've moved with it. I keep knowing I have it, but I just was like, oh, right, this. So next time we are able to, see each other in person sometime. Well, we've had a couple. We've had an outdoor event. We still might be able to do that. I'll brandish it.
Yeah. Well, look, this reminds me of the Jimmy Susu story. We told this one recently. So Jimmy is one of our friends, and he was in the Taiwanese army. Susu means uncle, so the kids call him Jimmy Susu. And so Jimmy operated the tank, but he fired the artillery in the tank. And so now they never went to war. Obviously, it's Taiwan, but they would do training exercises, and they'd have to pull the tank up to a place, and then Jimmy would have to, within 12 seconds, turn it around, shoot at a target, and hit the target. And then if he hit the target, they get a day off. If he didn't, they wouldn't, etc. And I told you guys, if I was Jimmy Susu, I would never not tell that story every single day to every single person.
Right.
And so the same thing with the Nazi knife. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, did I leave this around? Oh, that's because my dad got it off a dead Nazi as he was fighting them in World War II. Cenk, we've heard that 8,000 times. I know, but but it's never going to get old, and it's never not going to be the most badass thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, especially for my dad. It was just, he was a pacifist most of his life. I mean, he seemed like a pacifist, and abhorred violence and saw no need for guns, and but when you think, because he was, I'm Jewish because he was Jewish, and my mother seemed Jewish and sort of embraced Jewish culture, even though she was agnostic and had been retired from the Mormon church. But my dad grew up, that house kept kosher. And he went to Hebrew school and got bar mitzvah. And so you're fighting in Europe against these people who are trying to dominate the world with white nationalism, fascism, and you're Jewish and you survive, right, or are surviving, since I don't know when he got it. And one of those guys who's part of that is dead, and he's got a knife that has their little swastika on it. And he was like, "Yeah, I'm taking this. You're dead. We're winning, and I'm alive." And you're like, "Okay, yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, you should take it."
Yeah, let's get to interesting questions. He was for nonviolence, etc. But obviously, the war is a war, and in World War II, of all wars, you got to go, etc. But would he have been proud if he found out that he had in fact killed 3 or 7 or 17 soldiers, or would he have been horrified, or somewhere in the middle?
Somewhere in the middle, but mostly he wouldn't have wanted to know. He would have felt terrible. I mean, he did say, sometimes you'd think, he was over there. He goes, "I'm 20 and I'm shooting at 20-year-olds. Like, what is this? This is insane." Like, he got why it was important, but he didn't hate. Like, he didn't, he wanted to win, and he knew those were bad guys, and he knew Hitler had to be stopped. And then when they learned about the camps, he knew the camps had to be freed. He knew that there was a danger to the United States and a danger to Jews, but he wasn't that religious at all. He sort of went to temple on the high holidays out of respect for his mom. But yeah, but no, he had no interest in killing people. And I think that's why when I asked him, he was like, "I don't know, probably." But he was pleased, as I'm recalling, he was pleased not to know. He had no interest in seeing it.
Like, was he proud that he helped to beat the Nazis, or
Definitely.
Was that?
No, definitely, no question. And so he'd talk about it a little bit. And in fact, right before September 11th, he was at the 69th Infantry. They were the unit that met the Russians in Turgau, I think is the name of it, when the East met the West, right? So, and they took a lot of towns and had some tough battles along the way, and lost a lot of guys. I've looked up their casualty counts, and they had 2 or 3 particularly difficult battles. But no, he killing someone would have bothered him. He didn't like seeing the first dead body he saw was a German officer when he was driving a Jeep, and it had frozen in the snow, and he picked it up, put it in the back of his Jeep, and drove it back to camp. And his lieutenant or captain when he arrived, and he's like, "Hey, I got this guy. What do you want me to do with it?" And as you might imagine, the officer was like, "We don't pick up enemy officers and put them in our Jeep, right? Dead enemy officers. We leave them. Right? That's what we do." And so he was like, "Well, what do you want me to do now?" And the guy shrugged his shoulders and said, "Bury the bitch." Like that. So that rang out, which he did. His first experience with seeing dead people was in an American bunker, and he was sent in with a couple other guys to take the bodies out of like 12 guys. I think it was 12, may have been more. 12 guys in a bunker, and a grenade had gone off. Somebody had accidentally discharged their grenade. So all these guys, except for the guy who might have been blown up, they all died of concussion. And so most of them were just sitting there or standing there or had fallen over, but they were fine. They looked fine. And that chilled him. He was not interested in not interested in the killing part.
You know, those stories we told about the Nerf football games and stuff, and how they bothered my conscience and stuff. But yeah, you're like, there's no way I would have picked up the dead German officer. No way. And that speaks better of your dad. Like he was compassionate enough, even in a situation like that, as the Nazis are murdering 13 million people overall, 6 million Jews in particular, he still thinks we got to bury this guy. I wouldn't have thought that at all.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I maybe sure. It was like his first day in Europe or his first day driving the Jeep, and I think it speaks to the. You may be right. I'm not but to the hideousness of why. I don't know whether he never seemed like he had PTSD, and I guess some people don't get it, but like the awfulness, the hideous nature of this, right? Like you see a dead person by the side of the road, and you've never seen a dead person before, right? This was, I guess, before the bunker. Those were the first dead Americans he saw. And so you're like, oh my God, there's a dead guy by the road and I'm driving a car. I better pick him up, right? That's what a sane person would do, right? In that situation. Oh my God, or try you help in some way. You can't make a phone call and get help. So he just thought that was the right thing to do. And I'm sure afterwards, when his officer said, "Bury the bitch," he was always, that's the kind of thing you remember. He of course would never do it again, right? But he was not yet hardened to the awfulness of grown men standing out in the middle of places they didn't belong, shooting at each other.
Of all the stories you just told about dead people in the middle of a war, that actually makes me hate war the most, that particular story, because people make mistakes. They make mistakes all the time. It happens in the office. It happens in personal life. But when you make a small mistake with a grenade, you just accidentally killed not just yourself, but much worse, 8 of your best friends.
Yeah, 8 guys who were counting on you, and it's so pointless. His description of it was always what stuck with him was everybody looked fine, like they had no wounds, right? Guys were these guys had been playing cards. They had been sitting at a table. I may have made up the playing cards part, but they were sitting at a table and they were just still sitting at the table. They were slumped over, but you look at them, there's no wounds, there's nothing, but they're all dead. And those other guys, 2 or 3 other guys carried them out. That
split second, as you realize what you've done and the consequences that are most certainly going to flow from it, must have been even worse than when I lost that money for you in blackjack.
Yeah, maybe, but that's why the thing in movies is so real. Like that when there's people around, the guys we know not just movies, we know it's happened in life, and American soldiers have done it. Soldiers from other places. Why throwing yourself on a grenade saves lives, right? You're dead, very dead. But if the guy had done that, it might have saved everybody, and there certainly would have saved a bunch of them.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Amazing stories. We're out of time. Love you guys. That's it. We'll see you tomorrow. Next time.
We're very honest that we're progressives. We call the Young Turks home of progressives, and we support progressive candidates.
There has been this reemergence of political activism, especially among young people.
This weekend was the second Women's March, both across the US and across the world. So these people are not simply marching, they're not simply talking, they're also running for office. And when they do run, they're gonna make a difference.
Joe Crowley is congressman from New York. He's very powerful. Why? He raised a lot of money. But there's someone finally challenging him.
We need to have representation that advocates as fiercely for working class people as possible from this seat.
If candidates like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez even get a little bit of media attention outside of what the Young Turks does, they have an excellent chance of winning. She's gonna win. She's gonna win.
68% reporting.
The majority of Americans want Medicare for all. So I don't care what you and your corporate cronies want. What I care about is what the American people want.
We believe in total change. Everything runs on donor money. And that is what we will fight, and that is exactly why they don't like us.
We're having fun, it's election night!
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has defeated Joe Crowley.
Here we go again!
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Down goes Crowley! Down goes Crowley! Down goes Manafort! Down goes Cohen! Women came out in record numbers in the primaries. They said, you'll be lucky to get one candidate. We now have 12 that have won their primaries.
Bezos and Amazon announcing that they are going to go to a 15-hour minimum wage.
We're making progress. Let's keep going.
Many of these women made history.
The biggest victories, all women of color. Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, Sharice Davids and Deb Haaland.
And I want to go to Congress because I want to change those things.
I'm calling it. Jamal Bowman has won. Down goes Engel. Down goes Engel.
For a long time, we have not had progressives in power. It's going to be something to behold.
Welcome to Happy Hour, everybody. After a week of soul-crushing news, we break out the good stuff. Good news, good videos, good people, and, of course, drink good alcohol. That's the worst thing I've ever had.
This is the best show.
Full disclosure, we did do a shot right before the show began. It says, let's flamingo.
Flamingo.
The reason you had trouble with that word is it's not a word.
Okay.
This is the one of everything.
I've got a rash. Could I just put it on that to see if it'll take it off?
What did you used to think this was?
Bull piss.
Drink it, swallow it,
No.
spit it. Oh, that's needed after a day like this. Cheers to Brett Ehrlich. Climax.
Uranus smells like farts. Because of course it does.
This is the worst sketch ever of a perp. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? They found the guy. This is Sophie's super happy dog story of the week.
This dog is so precious and deserves the world. I'm just not drinking that beer.
Here's my dog. This is Onyx.
Yeah, I would just say that he's exotic because he's not your traditional dog. Still 12 out of 10 because they're all good.
Well, if that made you happy, just wait till you see the best thing ever of the week. There is a woman who moves like a horse.
Why do I want to go home and like try this?
We're actually going to show you the running butthole challenge right now. What's happening?
No, that's just wrong. Every way.
And we'll see you next time.
Hey, Dave. As you can probably see, Skype froze. Frozen crashed.
You know, I'm watching that documentary on the Vietnam War, and there was a TV journalist in the middle of some tiny little village in Vietnam doing live TV as the soldiers were burning the Vietnamese huts, and it didn't crash. And that was 1965, and he was in Vietnam.
right, back on the Young Turks. Jen and Anna with you guys post game for the members. You guys get everything first. All right, Casper, what's up?
All right, well, Rahm Emanuel is still awful, and people are not happy about his name being floated as a potential Biden cabinet pick. So there have been unending rumors regarding Rahm Emanuel, the former failed mayor of Chicago, possibly serving in Biden's cabinet. And that has led to quite a bit of backlash for good reason. Now there's chatter about him possibly serving in a less visible role in Biden's administration, as if we're all morons and we can't figure out that Biden is working with Rahm Emanuel. But let me give you the details. This all came about through a tweet by Crane Chicago, where they wrote, following progressive backlash against reports that Rahm Emanuel was being considered for transportation secretary, Joe Biden may now be considering the former Chicago mayor for the somewhat less visible position of U.S. trade representative, which is actually an incredibly important position. And I don't know what it means to refer to that position as less visible, but people are actually paying attention to politics. Like, it almost seems as if media organizations are totally unaware that we're like not in like the 1970s. Like, people have the internet, they read the news, they read about politics, and they know what's going on. So I'm pretty sure that that position, if he is named as a U.S. trade representative, would be very visible, especially to people who are engaging in the backlash following any rumor regarding Rahm Emanuel.
Yeah, so trade rep is arguably more important than transportation secretary. That is the position that allows corporations to write all of our trade bills. And so when they do that, we're already screwed. That becomes basically international law that we all have to abide by. So that doesn't just affect America, it affects all other countries. It's arguably one of the most important positions, but it's less visible. What is this, the 1930s or even the 70s, where you can cover things up? We can all see, what are you guys, Donald Trump? Stealth fighter, you can't see it. It's amazing. You'll stand right next to it, you can't see it. Yeah, no, we can see it, idiot. It's not actually invisible. And the trade rep is also not invisible. We can see it clear as day. So it's an absurd idea. And now, look, there's a theory that Rahm Emanuel is just leaking this on his own and just, self-aggrandizing. If that's true, he should stop leaking, because all it's doing is enraging progressives and making them fight even more against Rahm Emanuel, thereby making him getting any position in this administration far less likely. So as usual, he doesn't know anything about politics. His idea of tough politics is immediate unilateral surrender to Republicans and attack progressives at 100% rate. And it's also possible, though, that the Biden team is leaking this so that at the end of the day, they could say, all right, fine. All right, we won't do Rahm Emanuel, but we'll make every other position super conservative. That's our compromise. No deal. No. And by the way, the third option, which might be the most likely option, is no, it's 100% real. And they'll put Rahm Emanuel in one of those positions and go, progressives, we don't need to reach out to you guys. We only need to reach out to Republicans. Remember the 7% of Republicans that didn't vote for Trump? They're the only people we care about. Progressives will just yell at you, break your back, and then yell at you again to go vote for us. You better be careful with that strategy. So right now, some progressives are happy about the crumbs on the table. So what are the crumbs? Janet Yellen, the former head of the Fed, a Treasury Secretary, because she doesn't think we should burn the planet down. John Kerry, for the same exact reason. Climate czar, he's not in favor of burning the planet down. John Kerry and Janet Yellen are very conservative, okay? And so those are crumbs. And I hear you, and people worked hard to get those crumbs. I'm not trying to minimize their work, and I appreciate them being thoughtful about all this. But so far, not a single progressive has been named, and almost everyone named has been either deeply conservative or, hey, look at that, a compromise, only 75% conservative, and now they're considering Rahm Emanuel. It's a hard no. And as Bernie Sanders explained, if you put Rahm Emanuel on there, it's basically spitting in our face. And so we'll see if Biden wants to spit in our face.
Yeah, we will see. But I have to say, it felt good to hear you validating a frustration that I guess has been bothering me and like subconsciously bothering me all week, which is just the complimentary reaction by progressives that I really respect and trust, right? And so I'll read articles about people like Janet Yellen or Blinken or whatever. And the first quote used in these articles is usually some progressive who's like, this is a great choice, whatever. But is it really? These are the people who are being described as great choices by progressives are just typical moderate politicians or, you know, people who worked in government for a lot. Like everyone who's being named has already worked with Joe Biden. Right? Like these are people that he's worked with throughout his entire career.
Honestly, guys, I'm going to keep it super real here. This is the problem with access. So some folks got put on that transition committee, the unity committee, good, honest, wonderful progressive folks. But they were on that committee with John Kerry, as an example. And so John Kerry, when you're talking to him, is he a perfectly pleasant guy? Of course he is, right? He's not a Republican. He's not going to bite your head off. He's not a weirdo, right? He's smart. He's a decent person. And he genuinely does care about the climate. And so when you talk to him, you think, oh, that's a good guy, right? But his track record is very mediocre. And so does he have the fight in him to make sure that we get things passed? Well, the proof will be in the pudding, but the pudding's baked, though. I mean, we've seen John Kerry's entire career. It's not like he's a spring chicken. Oh, who's John Kerry? No, he ran for president. He was a senator for a long time. We know exactly who John Kerry is. He's generally pretty weak. And so will we go back in the Paris Accords? Of course we will. Is that good enough? Of course not. So look, guys, here I'll give you a marker for whether that work in being conciliatory with the establishment worked or not, or if it was successful or not. So Biden's plan for the environment is not that bad. It's not Green New Deal, but it gets a good way of the way there. Okay, so if he were to actually get that $2 trillion bill passed, it would create a lot of jobs and it'd be great for the environment. Then I give Yellen, Kerry, Biden, and everybody on the commission all the credit in the world, because I don't care how well you guys get along. All I care is, did you pass the bills or did you not pass the bills? If you don't pass the bills, you haven't changed anything at all. It was all a waste. That's my job, to report the news to you guys. You know how much your life gets affected if they don't pass the bills? Zero. Who cares how well they get along? So, but it's okay to get along in the beginning and make good plans. So let's see how those plans turn out. But right now, what we've gotten is weak sauce. It's not interesting. And now, if the Republicans hold the Senate, I would be beyond shocked if Biden got that bill passed, because he doesn't know how to fight. Kerry doesn't know how to fight. They don't know how to break Republican kneecaps and make them vote in your direction. Instead, the minute they say no, they'll be like, oh, well, the Republicans said no, there's nothing we could do. That has been John Kerry 101 his entire career.
Well, moving on from Rahm Emanuel to Senator Dianne Feinstein, who has finally realized that she's a giant disappointment. So, following intensifying calls for Dianne Feinstein to retire because of how poorly she handled Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation hearing, she has actually decided that she'll take a half measure. She's acknowledged that she failed as the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee. So she is going to essentially step down as chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And she released this statement explaining why. After serving as the lead Democrat on the Judiciary Committee for 4 years, I will not seek the chairmanship or ranking member position in the next Congress. California is a huge state confronting two existential threats: wildfire and drought. Two threats that I've done absolutely nothing about and plan to continue doing absolutely nothing about. I added that part, but I'll continue reading what her quote actually said. Wildfire and drought, and are only getting worse with climate change. In fact, in the next Congress, I plan to increase my attention on those two crucial issues.
No, you don't. That's a lie.
Yeah, I know. Exactly.
So she, Green New Deal activists went to her office. She yelled at them, and she said it wasn't realistic. She plans to do absolutely nothing. That's barely a fig leaf face-saving maneuver, as even other conservative and moderate Democrats were so embarrassed at her performance that they forced her out. they're like, Diane, you got to go, man. You got to stop hugging Republicans and telling them how wonderful it is that they steal Supreme Court seats. So she was part, along with, to be fair, the entire Democratic Party that completely failed on getting Merrick Garland on the Supreme Court for a year under Obama. Then she turned around. If you don't remember, she did not want to release Christine Blasey Ford's story about Kavanaugh. She's the one that kept it hidden until Ryan Grimm uncovered it for The Intercept, and by the way, also Young Turks contributor. And one of the first stories he did was on the Young Turks on that. So basically, progressives had to out her to fight against Kavanaugh. Otherwise, she was going to protect Kavanaugh from Ford, because Ford made the mistake of reporting it to her because she's her senator. So she couldn't do that cover-up appropriately. And then when they come in for the steal on Barrett, she said Lindsey Graham ran the best hearings I've ever seen. So, guys, she's 87 years old. And so I don't know, and that's what happened at the end of the hearings. After she said it was the best hearings ever, then she hugged it out with Lindsey Graham with no face mask, the whole thing. She's a disaster. But you think that the rest of the Democrats are getting rid of her because they don't agree with her? No, they agree to all of her surrenders. No, they're just saying, oh, we got to put a better face on it. So who are they going with? Dick Durbin. Okay, so Dick Durbin wants a seat. He'll almost certainly get it. He's the #2 Democrat in the Senate. Dick Durbin has fought Republicans never, ever, ever in the Senate. He will never fight them as the head of the Judiciary Committee. He will do the same exact things as Dianne Feinstein. He just won't bungle it as much because, you know, he's not as advanced as she is in her decline. And so he'll just more politely surrender to Republicans. So the actual change you're going to get on both the Judiciary Committee and in fighting the fires and the droughts is absolutely zero. But put a progressive on. It doesn't have to be Bernie Sanders. You know, you could move the people around in the committees. They don't have to be on the Judiciary Committee now. You put Warren as the head of it. Sanders is the head of it. Ron Wyden. So there's a number of Ed Markey. So there's other ways to go. Are they going to go that way? No, Durbin. Oh, Durbin. Oh, my friends, my colleagues, my beloved, cherished Republican colleagues who I love so much. You win again. Well, I guess there's nothing I could do. That's what you're going to get for the next 4 years.
Yeah, you're exactly right. All right, well, let's move on to a really smart idea by...
No, I'm going to go back. I'm sorry,
All right,
Anna.
do you, boo?
Okay,
Go
sorry.
for it.
No.
Ready for it.
So when Feinstein was running for Senate re-election in 2018, so she was 85 at the time, every media outlet was like, what a brilliant, brilliant, progressive, liberal fighter for Democrats. You should all vote for Feinstein. Feinstein's amazing. How dare anyone challenge Feinstein? Feinstein's the best. Now they're like, oh, Feinstein's slightly problematic. Let's go with new Feinstein. It's the media that's screwing us all. They're the ones that prop up these totally ineffectual losers who've done nothing but lose to Republicans their whole lives. Why do we have the most conservative Democrat in the country as a senator from California, one of the most progressive states? That's because the media never told you she was conservative. They never told you any of those things. Here in California, the media is 1 billion% in the pocket of corporate Democrats, completely and utterly. So they help prop up her propaganda and her marketing. So don't come tell me now like, oh, and as she's leaving, they celebrate her. What a bold and courageous move to step aside so she could fight the fires and the droughts. Did you include in any of the articles she actually hates the Green New Deal and plans to do nothing about those issues? No, the beloved Feinstein. Go ahead, LA Times and San Francisco Chronicle and every local news outlet in California and NPR and all of you. Go keep kissing her ass as she hands one Supreme Court seat after another to the Republicans, and the only people who she cares about, the people inside the club. The articles today were also filled with inaccuracies, lies, and wrong context. They said she fought the CIA in the spying program. No, she didn't. She let the CIA spy on all Americans. The only time she stood up is when she found out the CIA was spying on Senate Democrats. Then she was like, oh, that goes to my privilege and power. Then she was all outraged. She fought back 2% on that, and then she let him keep spying on all other Americans. She's exactly what's wrong with the establishment, but you'll never hear that in the mainstream media because they're just as corrupt as her, and they aid and abet this kind of corruption, weak Democrats. Okay, now I'm done.
Okay. Well, why don't we end on a fun note? So,
yeah.
A political action committee associated with Roger Stone would like to punish Republicans and retaliate over the fact that Donald Trump did not win the general election. And so what are these disgruntled individuals asking to do? Well, Committee for American Sovereignty unveiled a new website encouraging Georgia Republicans to write in Trump's name in both of the upcoming Senate runoff elections, which could determine which party controls the upper chamber during President-elect Joe Biden's first 2 years in office. So basically, they're saying, no, don't vote for Kelly Loeffler, don't vote for David Perdue, write in Donald Trump's name so you can show how much you support him. Which, by the way, would mean that the Democrats challenging these Republican incumbents would have a much better shot at getting elected. For their website, writeinTrumpForGeorgiaSenate.com, they write the following: if we can do this, we can have a real chance at getting these rhino senators, oh, it's amazing, rhino senators to act on the illegitimate and corrupt election presided over by a Democrat Party that is invested in the communist takeover of our great nation. We will not stop fighting for you, the American patriot, against the evils of socialism and inferior religions. No, this is the most amazing story ever. Like, there's so much to talk about here. Okay, let's do it. Let's unpack. First of all, communist look at the stock market, guys. Look at how the stock market reacted to Joe Biden winning the election and then naming Janet Yellen as his Treasury Secretary. The stock market is not going to react favorably to someone who's going to bring communism to the country. Just wouldn't work out that way. Wouldn't work out that way. Secondly, so do these people believe in the Constitution or not? Because we're supposed to have freedom of religion in this country, right? I'm not a religious person, but I love how in the end of this statement they mention the evils of socialism and inferior religion. By the way, isn't Biden Catholic?
Yeah.
What?
No. I mean, look, my guess is they will say, no. All kinds of Christians count. Mormons are on the edge. But yeah, there's too many Catholics in the country to discriminate against them, as we used to, by the way. So fine, Protestants and Catholics. But Islam, obviously inferior religion. That's not even a question for right-wingers. They think that that's the most normal thing. They don't think that's bigotry. They think that's obviously true. Hinduism, they wouldn't even discuss. Buddhism, they think is just for Richard Gere. Those are all obvious. But let's note that they said all other inferior religions, right? That includes Judaism. So there goes Judeo-Christian heritage that you were lying about the entire time, right? Oh, our Judeo-Christian heritage, we care so much about Israel. We just want Armageddon to come. They're all inferior religions. So it says in the Constitution that we shall not establish a religion. So these guys are un-American to their very, very, very core. But Anna's right. The most hilarious part of it is big business is communist. Now get a load of the turn, though, there. They realize that right-wing populism now hates big business because big business is what's ruining their lives. That's what drove everyone to bankruptcy in Main Street. Now Walmart closed down all those stores. The Walmarts of the world have just pulverized the middle of this country. So there's so much rage against big business. And now they want to turn it against the left. So they're like, no, big business is not right-wing. No, it's communist. Oh, for Christ's sake. Come on. Who's that dumb? Who's that dumb? Correct answer, almost every Republican voter in the country. So, but in this case, though, have at it, Hoss. You want to write in Donald Trump? By the way, there's no write-in area in the runoff. Doesn't matter. Write his name over both their names, okay?
Yeah.
Ruin the ballot, whatever. Don't go to vote. So if you want to encourage people to not vote for the Republican candidates in Georgia, go get them, big guy. So have at it, Hoss. It's the only time that I don't mind.
So I should note that the polling does indicate that the amount of Republicans who actually do plan to write in Trump's name, which again, I'm glad you mentioned it, they literally can't because there isn't a section for it. But those who want to or plan to are in the single digits. So it's not a sizable portion of Republicans.
No, but that's really important because
yeah, that's true. Could be.
Remember, the only reason we have runoffs is because nobody made it to 50%. So we know for a fact Perdue versus Ossoff was just a couple of point difference. So single digits could make a giant difference, and likely Loeffler and Warnock will be single digits too. So you shouldn't dismiss it as single digits. If they could really get, even 3% would be gigantic, but if they can get it up to 7% of Republicans not voting for those two, yeah, that might make all the difference. So it might be the first time that Roger Stone has ironically, accidentally helped the country. So now it's not absolutely clear that it's him, but it is obviously that PAC that was connected to him. So the more they want to punch themselves in the face, the happier I am. I guarantee you that the Republicans that are going to go along with this plan, they're going to go into the ballot box and be like, oh, there's no place for a write-in. Rigged again. We knew it. No, a runoff by definition is the top two vote getters. The write-in was in the earlier phase of the election, but you can't talk sense into them. By the way, it's not just this group, this super PAC. There's a whole heap of folks who are now saying that. A bunch of right-wing radical militia went to Georgia and talking about how Brian Kemp, the most right-wing Republican governor you can find, is a traitor and a rhino and is secretly working with Democrats, and we should punish the Republicans in Georgia. Hear, hear. Well, you know what, guys? Brian Kemp called me the other day. He said, Cenk, how can I help Democrats win? And so, I'll tell you, these guys, the Republicans in Georgia, they're not on your side. You should never vote for them. Make sure you stay at home, okay? All right, since we do a news program, I have to tell you, I'm kidding, okay? Because the Republicans will believe anything. No, Brian Kemp did not actually call me. He is actually a right-wing Republican, and you guys are actual idiots.
I mean, they'll believe anything except reality.
I know,
so
right?
They probably didn't believe that last part that you just shared with them, because it's actually accurate.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, but it is amazing because both David Perdue and Kelly Loeffler, they couldn't be more loyal to Trump. They certainly did attempt they were enabling Donald Trump's lies about the election results, and it just perpetuated this ridiculous accusation that there was widespread voter fraud, when in reality there was no evidence to that point. But it's not loyal enough. These are rhinos. These are Republicans in name only.
I tried to get the Republican Secretary of State fired for secretly working with the ghost of Hugo Chavez.
So good, so delicious.
And he's still not good enough, Rhino. If you're not in a mental asylum, you're a rhino.
Yummy in my tummy. I love it.
Yeah.
All right.
Come on, let's do the Florida story. It's really important.
I know. We should do it. It's such a downer to end on, but we'll do it.
No, that's okay. I'll pick it back up at the end with more rage.
Okay, sure. That'll put me in a good mood. Anyway. All right. A sheriff's deputy in Florida fatally shot 2 black teenagers in Brevard County after the cops at least, alleged that they were trying to investigate a stolen vehicle. The truth is, the vehicle that the teenagers were in was not stolen, and when you see the video of what happened, you can see that the cop opened fire way too soon and actually ended up risking everyone's life in doing so. So let me give you some background before we go to this video. So Angelo Kroom, 16, and Sincere Pierce, 18, were both shot and killed by Sheriff's Office Deputy Japhet Santiago Miranda on November 13th while in a moving car driven by Crooms, whom the Sheriff's Office has alleged was trying to hit Santiago Miranda. Now, before we go to the video and before I give you more detail, understand something. If you are a person who genuinely believes that a person driving a car in your direction is posing an imminent threat, would it make sense to open fire and shoot and kill the person operating the vehicle? Does that make sense? Does that make anyone in the situation safe? Just ask yourself that question as I continue giving you more details.
Can I just say something about that, Anna? So first of all, of course, you're right on the sheer logic of it. If you shoot and kill the driver, you're in more danger, not less danger. because then the car is completely out of control. It's not just you, it might swerve away from you, but everyone is in danger because then there'll be no driver. So that's obviously true. But the second part of it is, are you a decent human being or not? And as you see where the cop is in the video, if I was there, I would have moved a couple of feet in this direction instead of murdering the people inside the car. Just, if you're not trained to kill people at the slightest provocation, I hope if you're a decent person, your instinct wouldn't be, oh, I'm in maybe slight danger here. I should move out of the way. No, I'm in slight danger, so I'll kill everyone in that car. Normal people don't do that, but we train our cops to kill in almost all these circumstances.
So the sheriff's office has released a 56-second video. As you can imagine, the family members of the victims here are demanding the entirety of the footage. They would like to see everything that happened. 56 seconds is a joke, but we do have that 56 seconds for you. It is graphic, so I want to warn you guys before we go to this video. But with that said, let's take a look at what happened. We're going to keep our mics up because the beginning part of this video doesn't have sound, but I'm going to narrate for our podcast listeners what's going on. So let's take a look. Again, this is very graphic, and so you see the cops driving, down this street, and pretty soon you're going to see the vehicle that the two teenagers are in.
So here's another police car that joins in, right? So the gray car you're about to see is the one that's in question. They thought it might be stolen. It was actually the girlfriend's car, not at all stolen, but there was two black kids inside, so there you go, or three. And so they panicked. It's not much of a panic, as you'll see here, but we're about to have the volume. So let's hear what the cops say.
All right, so they're backing up out of a driveway, and already the cops have their guns out. Why?
Stop the vehicle! Stop the vehicle! Stop! 1033. Stop the vehicle, goddammit! Stop! Stop! Shot fire! Shot fire!
Yeah. Two things about that, guys. One, you see the car swerve completely away from the cop, and he shoots anyway. Number two, he keeps on shooting as they're going in a completely different direction now. Number three, you saw the cop's arm, right? He could have just moved a little bit this way. Then he wouldn't be anywhere near the car. Oh, but then they might get away. And it might be a stolen car. First of all, you don't murder people on a might. Second of all, you can get back in your car and follow the car. And you can call more cop cars until you box them in. And you don't have to kill them. Nope. Who cares? Kill first. Kill first. Kill. I mean, they're young black kids. One of them is 16 years old, right? If it's your son, oh my God, that's a kid, right? It's a black kid. That's a thief. Murder him just in case. I'm sick of it. And unfortunately, Joe Biden isn't going to fix any of it. There was a tiny bit of talk from him, but do you think he's going to talk about the toxic police culture in this country? There's no way Joe Biden's going to talk about that. But I will tell you this. We had a guest on earlier who talked about this at length, and you should check that out in the conversation. If Kamala Harris doesn't do anything about criminal justice reform, and she doesn't push the president to do something very significant about criminal justice reform, this keeps happening for the next 4 years, they're going to burn any goodwill they have with not just the African American community, but all of us, all progressives. For God's sake, just do something. So, there won't be any more chokeholds. Oh, are you kidding me? That's not anywhere near enough. That's a pathetic response.
So I'm actually going to jump in because it's important to pay attention to certain foreshadowing signs, right? And one of the foreshadowing signs I came across today regarding what the Biden administration or what Congress is likely to do moving forward in response to the George Floyd protests, to the civil unrest that we experienced over the summer, is again very little, because in that story that we reported on today regarding how congressional Democrats are thinking of backing off of a provision in the defense bill that would rename military bases that have been named after Confederate soldiers, The Democrats who are against taking that language out of the defense bill said, this might be the only thing that we can do in response to the George Floyd protests.
Oh, God.
Simply renaming military bases that were named after Confederate leaders. This may be the only thing that we can do. Like, the defeatist mentality among these Democrats is disgusting. Now, obviously, we're talking about Congress here, right? But I think that the feckless behavior that we've seen among Democrats in Congress is pretty indicative of what we've seen from Biden, right? Throughout his entire political career. The only time he was willing to take a principled stand was when he was willing to work with some of the most horrendous politicians to, work against busing, work in favor of making it incredibly hard to declare bankruptcy, ending the ability to declare bankruptcy and get rid of your student loan debt, all of those things, like, he fought pretty hard for. But when it comes to fighting for people who have been placed in, disadvantaged positions in this society, like Biden, has he ever stepped up? Do we have one example of him stepping up?
Yeah. Look, guys, we hope to God we're wrong. We say that often about corporate Democrats, and we hope that they pass meaningful legislation on this issue. But I would be shocked if they did that without progressives pushing super hard to make it happen. And even then, it's unlikely. Remember, during the campaign and during the debates, Joe Biden was like, I don't want to defund the police. Oh, I don't want to defund the police. Now, look, you could have issues with that framing and the way that gets labeled. But he went on to say, I want to add money to the cops. And are there going to be strings attached? No way, no way. So at the end of the day, yeah, okay, we don't have the monster Donald Trump in office. But if these Democrats sit on their hands for 4 years and do nothing about this, and we see one black man murdered after another, after another, after another, then don't come crying to us when there's unrest. And then don't blame and turn around and go, oh, black people, can you believe they're doing unrest? After we did nothing about their murders for centuries in this country. And what do we do when every black person in the country says, the cops are abusing us? We told them, you're all liars. We don't believe you. We're going to give more funding to the cops. And then there's unrest. Well, gee, I wonder why.
So I really want to read you the excerpt that I was referring to. It's from Politico, okay? And this is the exact wording in the article. And for many, especially black and progressive lawmakers, it's one of the only key legislative victories that might become law. Again, renaming military bases named after Confederate soldiers. Might become law after a wave of national protests over the killing of George Floyd and other black Americans by police.
No, guys, look, get ready, buckle up. So if they go in with this defeatist attitude, which is a near certainty now, based on what they've said since, my God, the Republicans to this day, while we're live, are still trying to steal the election from Joe Biden. And he's still talking about working with Republicans. So if they go in with that defeatist attitude and they never fight the Republicans, there will be rage on the progressive side. And that civil war will erupt within minutes of them surrendering at the first opportunity. You surrender, then you got to have to fight Republicans and us. That's a fact, guaranteed. And if, by the way, if the progressives in Congress don't do it, well, I'll tell you all about it, and I'll tell you the people who are being needlessly non-brave, let's put it that way. Now, that hasn't happened yet. So far, the progressives in Congress have done a fantastic job. Jamal Bowman, AOC, and Rashida Tlaib all saying, no, for example, we do not want Rahm Emanuel in the cabinet. It's not even remotely an issue about these bases. They will be renamed. They're going to have to do that on every issue because Biden, so far, the indications are very, very, very unlikely to bring you any change, including on criminal justice reform. My God, it's possible that he goes 4 years and that Donald Trump will have done more criminal justice reform than him. If that happens, then nobody's going to show up in 2024, and it's a guaranteed loss for the Democrats. So that's what we're worried about. We're telling you there's an iceberg straight ahead, and if they don't move the ship, we're going to try to move the ship for them. All right, by the way, African American community in this country has hit that iceberg for hundreds of years. And then when they tell you it's an iceberg and you tell them we don't believe you, it is beyond insult to injury. And we're just so, all of us are sick of it, sick of it. For God's sake, do something already. Okay, now Anna was right. That led to rage. Okay, not a cheery note to end on. So I'll continue along those lines. I didn't want to put this in the Feinstein story because I don't want you thinking it's about me and that it's personal or not. It just so happens that this is the very best description of how the media supports corporate Democrats like Feinstein, supports surrendering Democrats all throughout. In the endorsement that the LA Times had of Christy Smith over me and everyone else in that race, they had a paragraph about me. I'm going to read it to you again and think about why we get the Democrats we get in office. And remember that media is everything. That's over 90% of the way that people get information about voting. So here's what they said. Uyghur is seeking the seat to further the progressive agenda he's promoted on his show. But while we agree with him about the corrupting influence of money in politics and some other subjects, we find his pugnacious style off-putting and not conducive to a more civil Congress. That's how they knew the Democratic Party. Anyone who is a fighter, pugnacious style, the media tells you, don't vote for them. If they're a Democrat who's willing to fight Republicans, do not vote for them. If they're going to be civil and get their ass handed to them, then make sure you vote for those Democrats. That's how we got this Democratic Party. That's a fact. All right. Anna, was that cheerier?
No, but it's okay. We got to go.
All right. We got to go, guys. All right. We'll see you guys tomorrow.